is 196 that has signed. What we have seated currently, the heads that we have counted, is 174. So we do correct, and we will carry on with the business of the day. Over to you, STC.
Councillors, we're now on item 2, and that's applications for leave of absence.
Before we take leave of absence from the floor, we have received the following apologies. Councillor May, due to political party business. Councillor P. Mokwena, due to political party business. Councillor R. Harris, due to political party business. Councillor F. Nkonza, due to political party business. Councillor D. Ponsonby, due to council business. Councillor B. Kaiser as the Sonjoko, due to private business. Councillor L. Coogan, due to ill health. Councillor Z. Hughes, due to maternity leave. Councillor D. Landers, due to ill health. Councillor M. Crichton, to arrive late. I will now take any further apologies from the floor. And I will take it in this fashion. Councillor Avance Smith, then Councillor Fatima Abdul, then Councillor De Lange, the councillor from Action, I can't see the name, Ntombela. Thank you, Councillor Ntombela. And then I will take Councillor Ndlela, and then it will be Councillor Mhlongo, and then Councillor Mohape. And then last, you are always last, because your name starts with the L, Councillor Samonse. Thank you, in that fashion. Yes, you can start.
Thank you, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Speaker. I just have one additional LOA, and that's for Councillor Molesani, due to private business, and Councillors Fareed Shaw and Shaw are held up in their wards with some protest action, but they will be here a bit later. Thank you.
That's 3, not 1. Next.
Good morning, councillors. Good morning, Speaker. Kindly note my excuse around 3 o'clock if we are not done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fatima.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Compliments of the season. I think you can still say it in January, but if you do in February, it's a bit weird. LOA for
Councillor De Lange, just hold on. Councillor Maila and MMC Twako, please. Please, Councillor De Lange. No, Councillor Maila. Councillor De Lange, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The leave of absence for Councillor Regat Pelser, if you can just note that, due to private business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Nkomo, Councillor Durant, private business, Van Veek, Councillor Van Veek, private business, Councillor Munyai, study leave, Councillor Mkonto, party business. Councillor Mabunda is requesting to leave at 3 p.m. this afternoon if we're not done with the business of the day. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Ntombela. Next, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Nzondo, ill health. Councillor Make, ill health. Councillor Supe, family bereavement. And MMC Masugu will join us in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On the apologies of Action SA, Councillor Ntombela, even if Councillor Van Wyk is as short as me. I can see him. Thank you.
Good morning and compliments of the new season to all councillors in the chamber and at the gallery. Madam Speaker, kindly note the late arrival of Councillor Makwenchu, who is running late. He will join us late. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlongo. Who was next?
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the leadership of the EFF, the provincial chairperson, Commissioner Nkululeko Dunga, the provincial secretary, the GPS, Moshe Koma, and greetings to the resident of Johannesburg. From the EFF, apologies, Councillor Nkosi, ill health, Councillor Ngwenya, ill health, and Councillor Chedo will join us after 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mogape. Councillor Simonse.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and compliments to everybody in the chamber today. We have an early departure from MMC Kunene. He's got executive business just after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Simonse. Councillor Ndlela. Chair.
My apologies, Chair. Councillor Mufukeng is requesting to leave at 1 o'clock if we are not done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Are all these apologies noted? Thank you so much.
We now proceed to official notices.
Thank you, colleagues. Please join me in wishing well all councillors who are celebrating their birthdays during the month of January. Congratulations to all of you for growing a year older. You are such a long list that it was unable to read it out. It's half the chamber has celebrated their birthdays in January, but we say congratulations for you in becoming and growing 1 year older. We thank you.
We will now have a statement by the Executive Mayor.
Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Morero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and greetings to the Chief Whip of Council, the Speaker of Council, Councillor Arnolds, members of the Mayoral Committee, honorable councillors, administration of the city, and fellow South Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and compatriots, Madam Speaker, please allow me to once again greet the people of Johannesburg. Compliments and all the best for 2026. This is a special year. It is an election year, and we should not politicize service delivery. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my fellow councillors and the people of Johannesburg for coming together and making G20 a success. History will show that Johannesburg was indeed the home of the African G20. We must also thank our President, His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, for giving us this opportunity to host this important event. His strategic insight and hands-on approach demonstrated South Africa's capacity in the world and show that it is possible to do the following. One, foster mutual that no country is left behind. And we call this solidarity. Promote fair opportunities across gender, race, and geography, alongside reforming international financial architecture and addressing debt distress. This we called it equality. Drive response, economic systems, renewable energy, and in particular, leveraging the energy transition for industrialization in Africa. This we called sustainability. Thank you, Mr. President, for trusting us with this important task. Fellow councillors, the people of Johannesburg have been telling us something is happening in Johannesburg. They are free to walk in the inner city with their cell phones. The Joburg crime The Joburg crime is slowly disappearing, and there is law and order in the city. Through the mayoral high impact service delivery program, we are seeing change. We are seeing change in the city. We are proud to say the work of our bomb squad is being appreciated by society. The CEO City Cleanup Partnership attracted a lot of positive response. We even saw the district development model in action. National led by the president, provincial business community and media all came together to clean Johannesburg. This was first of its kind in Johannesburg. Councillor Marais, your complaint about halls that are rented out, that alcohol is being used excessively on the premises during weeknights when children are utilizing the halls. We responded, and we are currently ensuring the enforcement of Chapter 3 of the Recreation and Sport bylaws to ensure safe environment, particularly when children are present. Councillor Mazibuko from the Democratic Alliance, as you are aware that we have resolved the list of all verified works in Johannesburg's art gallery and ensured their safe relocation. Furthermore, the city entered into a collaboration agreement with Standard Bank South Africa, which enabled collaborations on exhibitions. Progress to date, there are 9 artworks that were exhibited at the Standard Bank Art Laboratory. Opened on the 14th October 2025. The MMC of Economic Development, Councillor Nomoya Mnisi. The MMC for Development Planning, Councillor Eunice Mcina. You both worked as a team to ensure the protection of critical planning documents. Thank you for dictating of the Department of Development Planning and ensuring its relocation to the new town building. Thank you to Councillor Eni Makafula. Thank you for carrying out outreach programs, focusing on vaccinating children who are having difficulty to reach facilities, including locating and contacting unvaccinated children in the community. You are saving lives and help us to deploy a healthy society. Fellow councillors, Joburg Water is hard at work and ensuring that we resolve all our work. Currently, the water supply challenges are resolved, with fewer that still requires attention. Johannesburg Water's multi-year capital program includes reticulation upgrades in the Soweto region, which encompasses the Sisnawani area. These upgrades fall under the city's broader water infrastructure renewal strategy aimed at replacing aging pipelines, improving pressure zones, and strengthening supply to essential public facilities, including clinics. Fellow Joburgers, yesterday, I read a letter addressed to Dr. Snuki Zigalala from Dr. Peggy Shongwe, showing appreciation and continued partnership in advancing a clean and beautiful Johannesburg. In this letter, Dr. Shongwe states the following, I quote, "On behalf of South Africa's Day, I hereby express sincere appreciation for the confidence you have shown in our work, particularly in recognizing the value of community-led cleaning and beautification initiatives. We're especially grateful for the time you dedicated to personally participate in the cleaning and beautification program of Sophia Town. Your presence and leadership underscored government's commitment to fostering clean, dignified, and sustainable communities. We further extend our appreciation for your continued support for South Africa Day's initiatives. Kindly also convey our gratitude to the Executive Mayor for the support constantly received from the City of Johannesburg towards our cleaning and beautification programs," close quote. Recently, I also read an article where residents of Ward 120 in Lenasia South expressed their views by stating the following, I quote, "We are now breathing a sigh of relief after a high-impact service delivery program was held in our area. The program, under the leadership of the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, aimed to address pressing infrastructure and maintenance challenges in the region," close quote. Councillor Zungu Namagaishi, you and the bomb squad are working. MMC of Public Safety, Councillor Chwaku, bylaw enforcement has become the order of the day in the City of Johannesburg. Please keep up the good work. Your efforts are yielding results, and for this we thank you. We also like to remind Councillor Zungu that your speaker and your mic will forever be acknowledged by the people of. Do not fold arms, continue to implement. Let us focus and conclude the work of council. The people of Johannesburg depend on us. And once again, let us not politicize service delivery. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor.
We now proceed with confirmation of minutes, and these are minutes of the 45th extraordinary meeting held on the 2nd and 3rd of December, 2025.
Thank you, colleagues. We believe that we've all had the minutes and that we've gone through the minutes. We will now go straight to the speakers. Councillor C. Forishaw, I heard that she was, is there anybody else that's, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are no changes from the DA.
Thank you so much. Councillor C. Rolson from the ACDP.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you all in the precious name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, MMCs, councillors, distinguished guests, and the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, just on the corrections, page number 35, item 24, Councillor Boer is VF plus, not ACDP. Although we would love to have him on board. So anytime you're ready, Councillor Boer, you're very welcome. And Madam Speaker, again, page number 49, motion is not carried. It is captured as carried. This was the ACDP motion. I thank you, Madam Speaker. God bless you.
Thank you, colleagues. Are the minutes confirmed as per the amendments mentioned by Councillor Rolson? There's someone on my left-hand side saying, Speaker, do you want to add or subtract? Okay, the minutes are agreed to. Thank you.
We now proceed with item 5, and this is 5A, which is questions for oral reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 1 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Councillor T. Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, Madam Speaker, to the MMC of Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department. In light of the statements made by the Executive Mayor at the City Power Energy Indaba, held on the 28th of October 2025, where it was indicated that City Power operates 5 solar farms, can the MMC please clarify the following? What criteria was used by the city to determine the location of these solar farms? And 2, to keep these farms up and running, there is a need for ongoing maintenance. How much is the maintenance plan and who is maintaining these farms? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. MMC Squaila.
Morning, Madam Speaker. The Executive Mayor of City of Johannesburg, colleagues and councillors, let me extend my greetings to residents of Johannesburg. Let me appreciate and thank Councillor Myers for the question raised. And I think if we speak of such solar farms that you're operating, you speak of Emarastain in Alex and Shalazile. You also speak of Vlakfontein and the View and Vogane. So I think in order to come specific to your question, the microgrid that we have installed to provide services actually to informal settlement, I think that's a basic mechanism that we are using within City Power. And as a result, we are doing this particular exercise in consultation with the Department of Human Settlement so that then City Power becomes actually the implementer. And I must emphasize, Councillor Mayors, that it is important that, in fact, in our view where we are, if we are to secure business and residents that actually are, in fact, a resource to the City of Johannesburg, informal settlement, we need to provide an alternative, whether in water and electricity, so that there's no interruption into those particular business areas and formal areas. So in our view, this intervention will assist the city going forward. Let me actually indicate that the plant maintenance cost, Councillor Mayors, if we speak of a 1 kV, 1 MV solar PV system, is estimated at around 430,000 rand per quarter. Now, this is considered best practice to ensure the efficiency, reliability, and the long-term performance of the plant itself, while minimizing the unplanned outages and equipment degradation and life cycle of the very same plant itself. So maintenance is very much key in order for us to actually keep them running for a very, very long time, and reliability and the security of energy is provided. Thanks a lot, Councillor Mayors, for that. Thanks. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Myers, we're fine? Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to the next person, Councillor M. Ngube from the DA.
Greeting to the council, greeting to you, Speaker, and all protocol observed. My question is very short to the MMC of Human Settlement, Umabaso. I mean, during the council meeting held on the 27th of October 2019, a motion was passed to rename the Caroline Street Retirement Village after the late Councillor Susan Clark. And as you are aware, this hasn't happened. Perhaps the MMC may clarify us in terms of why has the renaming been delayed, and when will the renaming of the retirement village take place? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. MMC Mabaso, your response?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, honorable councillors, the City Manager, and all the executives, our guests at the gallery. Speaker, when we received the question as the Department of Human Settlements, we wrote back advising that the question should be directed to community development. So it's ComDev that must respond to the question, because as much as it's talked to an old age facility, but the mandate to rename the public facilities remains with ComDev, not Human Settlements. So we will request the Honourable Councillor to write the question and direct it to ComDev, and we will then provide responses.
Thank you so much, MMC. To Councillor Ngube, you've heard the response. Thank you. Colleagues, we also received an urgent question for oral reply from Councillor Horwitz. Councillor Horwitz, the question does not comply, so we are not going to table it. We will write to you as well that it does not comply. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker.
The same applies to the debate. Councillor Kutris, the same applies to the debate. It does not comply. Thank you so much.
Councillors, we're now on item 5B, which is questions for written reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Can the Executive Mayor respond? Are these questions on the drive?
Thanks, Speaker. The questions have been submitted. Responses have been submitted, so they should be on the drive. Thank you.
Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to note that the responses are there. However, if IT could check why we can't go beyond page 1. It's showing an error that could not preview file. There are problems loading more pages. Thank you.
Okay, we note that, and we would ask IT to deal with the issue for us. Thank you. That they cannot go beyond page 1. They do see that it's loaded, but they are unable to go to other pages. And sometimes it's also the network that does that. So let's then just check all the time. Thank you so much, councillors.
We now proceed with recommendations to council.
Executive Mayor, can we get the recommendations?
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to therefore table the recommendation to council for council consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Can the Chair of Chairs please give us recommendations for legislation?
Thank you very much. I rise to table legislature reports for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. STC.
Starting off on recommendations to council with item 1, which is the partial tabling of the City of Johannesburg draft integrated annual report for the 2024-25 financial year to council. Also read with item 2, which is the group governance assessment report of the integrated reports for MEs for the 2024-25 financial year.
Thank you, colleagues. The items are for to allow the oversight process to happen, and the debate on these reports together with the MPEC oversight report in this regard will happen at the March 2026 council sitting. The recommendations are on pages 1.6 and pages 2.5 to 2.6, and are these items noted? Thank you, colleagues. STC.
Moving to item 3, which is the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Acquisition Status Report, reflecting bids considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period of 1st July 2025 to the 30th of September 2025.
Thank you, colleagues. The first speaker will be Councillor Boer from the Freedom Front Plus.
Goedemorgen mevrouw die speaker, geseënde 2026 vir jou toegewens. All councillors present, Executive Mayor, welcome in the new year. I raise to debate item number 3, the Supply Chain Management Report. Madam Speaker, what is strange on this report, and it seems to me we are getting fed with information that is not what we're supposed to get. Item 3 handles about contracts awarded in the first quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year. The first contract awarded was for maintenance services to appoint a panel of service providers to provide general maintenance. It is a contract of 93 million rand over 3 years. And the reason for the award, it says, the BEC took a decision to recommend the highest bidder based on points. But if you look through this report, from page 3.4 up until page 3.96, and I didn't even count them, but there must have at least been about 270 companies to which this contract was awarded. It's only a 93 million rand contract, so if you divide it by 270 companies, the average value per company is 345,000 over 3 years. Just does not seem right. And the contract says it was awarded to the bidder, the highest bidder based on points. So this information, to me, it looks really, really vague and probably even misleading, I don't know. How can 270 companies be awarded one contract for 93 million rand? Madam Speaker, there's also concerns about contracts expiring. We heard through the media that the contract for our cameras has expired again on the 23rd of December last year. And seemingly there's no new contract in place. And it seems to me it's a tendency in council that contracts are allowed to expire, and then they're either going to be extended or they just fall away, and it takes a year for a new contract to be fallen in place. Madam Speaker,
30 seconds oor.
Eight contracts were approved in Q1, only 8 contracts, but the duration from the point of advertising to awarding in this city is about 270 days, and it just doesn't make sense that it takes so long to award only 8 contracts. Madam Speaker, this report is noted, but noted with concern. Thank you.
Baie dankie, Raadslid Boer. Councillor N. Peterson from the DA.
Good morning.
Councillor N. Peterson, can you just take your seat? Councillor Rolson, no one started speaking and you already have a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just on the point of order that I did put my name forward for item 1 so that I could speak on item 1 with your permission.
Councillor Rolson, item 1 and item 2 is not being debated or spoken to. As I've read, that it will happen in the March 2026 council meeting. It is just for noting. We have noted it. We will have in March council sitting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Peterson, apologies. Your time will start now.
Good morning, Speaker, and thank you. I rise to speak supply chain management acquisition status report reflecting bids by the by the accounting officer. It is an honor to address this council today as we critically assess compliance of the reports represented in item 3 with the revised supply chain management policy of 2023. This policy was designed to ensure that our procurement processes are fair, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective while addressing challenges such as compliance, risk management, fraud prevention, and governance. In November 2023, during the review of the supply chain management policy, I highlighted several challenges that needed urgent attention. These included ensuring compliance with legislation, managing risks and corruption, building capacity amongst supply chain management officials, and achieving value for money and sustainability. Today, I will evaluate the progress made in addressing these challenges and identify where further improvements is required. Speaker, I rise to table a concise summary of the preliminary supplier risk scan conducted by myself on the entities appointed under the referenced contracts. This review focused on open source information only and is therefore essential that the administration completes a formal verification through the central supplier database. The strengths of this report, item number 3, is compliance with competitive bidding processes. The report confirmed that the bids were evaluated based on the criteria set out in the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, also known as the PPPFA, and the Preferential Procurement Regulations, and the Construction Industry Development Board, the CIDB Act. This demonstrates adherence to the policy's principles of fairness and transparency, according to the report. The report also states that there was a use of approved panels. The procurement of goods and services from approved panels of service providers aligns with the supply chain policy's delegation framework and practice note number 0042 of 2011, ensuring consistency in the application of competitive bidding processes. Across the suppliers screened, no major public scandals, corruption findings, or blacklisted indicators are identified in open sources. Most entities present only standard business footprints with no adverse reporting. These include Settler of our SAP fame, BC Engineering and Supply, Polconi Projects, Bamagola Enterprises, Pekani Abantu Security and Maintenance Services, Cognizant Security Solutions, Mudau Picture Framers, and the infamous Roadshow Marketing, Mvudi Desi Trading Enterprises, and Mason Africa. So the key takeaway here is that open source wasn't able to pick up any major issues with that. So, Speaker, I must emphasize that open source screening is not a substitute for the statutory checks required under MFMA and supply chain regulations. This is evident by the fact that Director of Roadshow Marketing, Arthur Mafoketi, has slipped under the radar by operating under a different company to the one that was found guilty after an investigation by the SIU for the misappropriation of funds. I therefore request that the administration completes and records the following CSD verifications for each supplier and to present this in future reports. That is, the active CSD registration status, valid tax compliance, verified bank account, director and member checks including government employee flags, confirmation that no supplier appears on the restricted supplier list or tender defaulters database, commodity alignment to ensure that the supplier is registered for the work they were appointed to perform. For instance, the picture framer supplier comes to mind. Once these checks are completed, the results should be filed with the contract documentation and made available to the relevant oversight committees. Speaker, this is how we strengthen procurement integrity, by combining open source vigilance with formal Treasury-aligned verification. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor T. Shai from Action SA.
Firstly, I greet you all in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Councillor, please speak into the mic.
Okay. Greetings, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, members of the media, guests in the gallery, the fabulous 44, most importantly, the resilient resident of Johannesburg. I stand before you today representing Action SA, a part whose mandate is edged in the delivering ethical leadership. We don't just speak about it, but we demonstrate. Our mission is clear, it's simple. We fix and we restore. Turning to item 3 under public safety, we see a staggering investment of over 400 million into private security services. This expenditure is a clear admission of lack of political will. It shows a government that refused to insource. As Action SA, we believe in insourcing the only way forward. By bringing the service into the city direct employment, we cut unnecessary middlemen cost and, more importantly, provide a dignity and better living condition for those who protect our residents, while our city-owned capacity remain hollowed out. Under Department of Group Finance, we have noted a recurring trend that demands immediate transparency. The Roadshow Marketing Company, a company that associates with Arthur Mafoketi, continue to secure a short-term tenders. Specifically, we see more than 1 million allocated for a mere 2 months period. We ask this House, what unique business offering does this company possess that justifies such a high-value tender for a short time frame? As Action SA, we demand transparency and accountability. The public purse is not a private ATM for the well-connected. Under community development, over 93 million has been allocated on the service providers for general maintenance, repairs, and minor upgrade. On paper, this looks progressive. However, on the street, the reality differs. We see city infrastructures being vandalized, scrambling facilities. If millions are being allocated to private companies for maintenance, why is the decay so visible? We will do more oversight. We cannot allow millions to disappear in the pocket of the private contractors, while our parks, halls, and centers remain disrespected. Johannesburg deserves better. Johannesburg deserves action. Look at the leadership of Nasifi Moyo, her commitment to clean government in Tshwane, and the work of Kolani Kumale and Ekuruleni, getting rid of the drugs and dealers. We really need the leaders of that caliber who are dedicated and resilient and committed to the work. I note the report.
Thank you, Action SA. Can we have Councillor Netemba from the EFF, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Dr. Mgini Twaku, Chief Whip of the EFF, Tabisa Mhapi, 29 Battalion of the EFF, and all councillors. And greetings also to the city manager and all guests in the gallery, not forgetting our chairperson of the province, Nkululeko Dunga, and also the secretary of the province, Mushekoma. Speaker, Cardinal pillar number 3 of the EFF says building a state and government capacity which will lead to the abolishment of tenders. Speaker, the tender thing is killing our city. Imagine if we had employed 10 experienced engineers and 1,000 internship students from EFT colleges to come and maintain the metro center. We'll have done a very good job because they will do a job and get experience and also get paid, rather than giving one person a tender of 93,622,000 in 3 years in a metro center. Will look better than what the tender guys are going to do. This student was going to do a better job and make sure that they will get experience. Because the tender guys, they're just a scam which is waiting to loot money from the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, as the EFF, we note this report with concern. And Speaker, I would like to take this time to thank the EFF National for the victory against data expiring. The 9% is working for all South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Netemba. Can we have Councillor T. Khatebe from the ANC? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, the Executive Mayor, the Mayoral Committee, chairs of committees, fellow councillors and residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 3, which is the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Acquisition Status for the first quarter. The report provides Council with an oversight on bids that were considered, approved by the Central and Executive Education Committees that is in line with their delegated authority. It confirms that all procurement processes were conducted in accordance with supply chain management regulations and Council-approved policies. Importantly, the report confirms that all approved bids had confirmed budget provisions, ensuring procurement decisions were aligned with the city's financial plan and affordability. Madam Speaker, this item is mainly for noting. As the African National Congress, we note the item, and it forms part of the Council's oversight responsibility to ensure transparency and accountability. Madam Speaker, it is only the African National Congress that will continuously make sure that the city of Johannesburg has governance that is transparent and accountable to its people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Can we have MMC Masuku?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and a good morning to you. Good morning to fellow councillors, MMCs and Executive Mayor. Speaker, this is a standard report submitted with input as well. And I think we do this because we're a transparent government. I do take note of the inputs from Councillor Peterson on ensuring that we verify that there's strict alignment in the verification process. And I think it's something that we must ensure that we stick to and ensure that the officials, because this is a process by the administration, Our role is to just ensure that we receive and we do oversight, and there's no interference in the procurement processes by councillors. And we bring these reports particularly because we are a transparent government of local unity. We want to ensure that we bring these reports as frequently as possible without any delay. And we ask council to note the report, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 3.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
Item 4 is Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Deviation and Rectification Reports that were considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period July 2025 to September 2025.
Thank you. Councillor N. Peterson from the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise, this is going to be a short one, to speak on item number 4, the ratification of deviations from normal procurement processes. Item number 4 outlines deviations from the standard procurement processes approved by the accounting officer during the same period. The report states that no deviations occurred. The strengths of this is when you have 0 deviations, the absence of deviations indicates a strong adherence to the policy's requirement to minimize deviations and ensure compliance with standard procurement processes. May this continue. The other strength is compliance with reporting requirements. The report was prepared.
Councillor Peterson, can you just hold on? Councillor Christians, I know why you're standing, but I would then rather ask that you be seated right at the back so that it doesn't give any disruption. If you can, then you can stand up against the wall over there. Okay. Colleagues, Councillor Christians is not well. I'm asking him to do that. And the same would apply for Councillor Nkonko. If this is you, can you please then also sit in a position where you are able to leave the chamber when any of the pains or spasms come? I thank you. Councillor Peterson, you can carry on.
The other strength of the report is compliance with reporting requirements. It was prepared in compliance with Regulation 36.2 of the Municipal Supply Chain Management Regulations, ensuring that deviations and rectifications are reported to this council and included in the annual financial statements. However, there are shortcomings, and this is preventative measures. While there is an absence of deviations, while the absence of deviations is commendable, the report does not provide information implemented to prevent future deviations or breaches of procurement processes. The transparency in contract amendments. The report mentions one contract amendment under Section 116 of the MFMA, but does not provide detailed information on the reasons for the amendment or the corrective measures taken, which could be seen as a lack of transparency. I also find it very confusing to see all these companies listed to it. So hopefully our MMC of Finance can just fill up.
Councillor Shai, Action SA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the item 4, we don't see any major deviation and rectification. We are happy with the improvement that the city has stopped abusing the Regulation 36. We hope the GLU continue in that. So we know the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Netemba from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. As the EFF, we note the report.
Thank you so much, Councillor Netemba. Councillor Khatebe from the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the African National Congress, we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, thank you, Councillors, Councillor Shai, as well as Councillor Khadebe. Indeed, this deviation and ratification report for this quarter, it reflects a very compliant procurement environment within the city of Johannesburg, and I think that has been confirmed by Councillor Shai. And I think the absence of a high number of deviations and ratification demonstrates an improved planning and governance processes, while the approved contracts and amendments actually complied fully with the legislative requirements, and there were no adverse issues that were dealt with. It shows that the process that the city manager as well as the group CFO have been working on in terms of stabilizing the supply chain processes is yielding results, and we must commend them for that good work. And I ask Council to note this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, MMC. The recommendations are on page 4.3, is the item agreed to. Thank you so much, councillors.
Item 5 is a group.
Can you just hold on, STC? Councillor Nkonyeni.
No, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just have a request, please. Can we turn down or turn off this aircon, Speaker? Because we are not in apartheid. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether you want hot or cold. Okay, I'll have to see if the yeses have it or the noes have it. Thank you, colleagues. STC?
Councillors, we proceed with item 5, which is the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Operational Status Report for the period 1st July 2025 to the 30th of September 2025.
Thank you, colleagues. Councillor Peterson?
I think you'll be relieved this is the last one for me. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, members of the Council and esteemed guests. It is an honour to address this Council today as we critically assess the compliance of the reports presented in item 5 with the revised supply chain management policy of 2023. This policy was designed to ensure our procurement processes are fair, transparent, competitive and cost-effective while addressing challenges such as compliance, risk management, fraud prevention and governance. Item number 5 provides a detailed account of procurement activities and statistics for the period under review. It highlights the number of bids issued, closed, and cancelled, as well as the contracts due to expire within 12 months. The strengths of the report is, 1, detailed reporting. The report provides comprehensive statistical data on procurement activities, including direct purchases, stock purchases, inventory management, and contract renewals. This aligns with SEM policy's requirements for detailed reporting and transparency. Number 2, it says proactive contract renewal. The emphasis on timely renewal process to avoid deviations, as proven in the previous item, demonstrates adherence to the demand management and planning. However, there are shortcomings, and that is non-compliance with CIDB requirements, the reproduction bids. And this is a repetitive issue. Work advertised on the CIDB website during the review period, which is unusual. Johannesburg is probably one of the largest construction sites on the continent, which is a mandatory requirement under the SCM policy. This represents a significant gap in compliance. Obsolete stock management. While the report mentions the provisional write-off of stock items marked for deletion, it does not provide detailed information on the measures taken to address the issue of obsolete stock or prevent its recurrence. Item 5, which covers the operational status of the group's strategic supply chain management for the City of Johannesburg for the first quarter of 2025-26, does not appear to adequately address the concerns raised in speeches delivered in this chamber. The speeches highlighted issues such as transparency, accountability, excessive spending, and questionable procurement practices, particularly at the Smith Street stores. However, the report in item 5 largely provides statistical data without addressing these concerns in detail. The key concerns I have raised in previous speeches were transparency and accountability. The speeches emphasized the lack of detailed explanations for stock. It's a significant adjustment of 7.5 million at the Smith Street store. The speeches also questioned the ongoing procurement activities at the Smith Street, procurement of first aid kits and ink cartridges, which were flagged as potentially excessive and unjustified. The speech also highlighted excessive spending. I raised concerns about the city spending 10 million rand on stationery every quarter, including 180 million rand annually, despite investments in paperless systems like Azure and SAP. The speeches highlighted the issue of holding large quantities of ink cartridges for printers that are no longer. In addition, I have highlighted the stock write-offs, which pointed out proposed write-off stock items at the Smith Street store valued at 26 million and the lack of clarity regarding the justification for these stock write-offs. My findings on item 5 are: item 5 mentions that no stock was written off during the first quarter of 25-26. However, it notes that items marked for deletion valued being referred to the Group Forensic Investigation Services for further investigation and possible write-off. This is consistent with previous reports indicating that the issue of stock write-offs at the Smith Street store is recurring and has not been resolved. Stock adjustments. The report does not provide detailed explanations for stock adjustments, which is a key concern raised in the speeches. For example, while the report mentions credit adjustments and debit adjustments, it does not clarify the reasons behind these adjustments or provide transparency on the processes involved. Procurement practices. The report provides statistical data on stock purchases and issued stocks, but does not address the concerns raised about excessive spending on stationery and ink cartridges. For instance, the Smith Street store continues to show high level of stock purchases with 121,000 items purchased at a value of 24 million rand and 151,000 items issued at a value of 15 million rand during the first quarter. This trend aligns with the concerns raised in speeches about excessive procurement activity at this location. Response to financial pressures. The report does not address the broader financial pressures facing the city or provide any indication that procurement priorities are being real essential infrastructure projects as called for in my speeches. The comment regarding the stock write-off at Smith Street, valued at 26 million, is a repeat from previous reports. This issue has been consistently flagged in multiple reports, including item 44 from April and to June 2025, and item 5 from July to September 2025. The lack of resolution and detailed explanations for these write-offs suggests that the concerns raised in speeches have not been adequately addressed. I conclude, item 5 does not provide a sufficient response to the concerns raised in previous speeches. Stock write-offs, lack of transparency, and excessive spending remain resolved, and the report fails to provide the detailed explanations and justifications necessary to address these concerns. This lack of progress highlights the need for stronger oversight mechanisms and a commitment to transparency and accountability to the city's supply chain management process. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Can we have Councillor Shai?
Greetings, Madam Speaker, once again. I believe all protocol are observed. I rise again in representing Action SA. on
Councillor
item
Shai.
5. Yes.
Please don't be shy of the mic. Please speak into the mic, please, Councillor.
No, I will try. I rise to represent Action SA on item 5, which is Group Strategic Supply Management Report, covering the operational financial status for July 2025 to September. Our focus regarding this report is on the state of our stores. These stores procure various products. Our oversight has revealed a disturbing reality. The stock has not been kept well, and all stock has been left to deteriorate. Despite this, procurement continues to increase. We are faced with total stock value of over 114 million. Out of that, we see 88 million worth of stock has been written off. Within that 88 million, there are 26 million in deletion currently await for a Group of Forensic Investigation Service report for a possible. This is a clear indication of a corruption, fraud, and gross mismanagement of funds. We must urgently request a review of our disposal policy and procedures. As Action SA, we demand this report to be shared with the public. We believe corruption is our #1 enemy. Our identity is rooted in transparency and accountability. Under the leadership of Herman Masaba in 2016 to to 2019. Billions of rands were recovered through corruption investigation. We know it can be done because we have done it before. Turning to a bid status report, why were the procured bids cancelled? Furthermore, looking at the bid proposal status report, we see a list of contracts set to expire within the next 12 months, from October 2025 to September 2026. This brings us to a life or death issue. There is a company that supplies medical oxygen and medication set to expire in April. Is there any provision for health department services providers regarding the supply and delivery of medical oxygen and medication? We are all aware that the bid process can take up to 6 months. We cannot allow situations where the life of our people are compromised due to administrative delay. In conclusion, as Action SA, we remain committed to protect the residents of Johannesburg and to ensure every cent of the public is spent on service delivery, not on lost mismanagement.
Thank you, Councillor Shai. Councillor Natemba from the EFF. So much.
Thank you, Speaker. I raise on item 5. As the EFF, we note this report with concern. Total stock of 114,343,488.36 have expired in shelf. Provisional write-off to 88,127,377.0 cent. No one will want to make a loss if at home you have 6 milk and they are going to expire. You will tell the whole family to use that milk before it expires. But people with the city's money don't make a plan because they don't care. But if it was their money, the stock was going to be sold with a markdown of 50% so that they get some money out of that stock. But the problem is that we don't have consequence management in the city. Imagine how many clinics we could have built with this money. Imagine how many tar road we could have built in Brandfisher, Tepisong, and Orange Farm. Imagine how many RDP houses we could have built with this money. Imagine how many internships and jobs we could have created for the people of Johannesburg. Imagine how many swimming pools we could have built in Brandfisher where we don't have a swimming pool. Imagine how many Wi-Fi rollout we could have rolled out in Diepsloot, Brandfisher, Ivory Park, and Orange Farm. It can't be business as usual to write off 88,127,377.3 cents. The heads must roll. It can't be business as usual. As the EFF, we note this report with concern. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natemba. Councillor Khatebe from the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rise on item 5, which is the operational status report. Madam Speaker, this report is during the first quarter. It gives us a clear indication. Just one moment. It's on the first quarter. Give us a clear indication of detailed overview on procurement activity and inventory management, the bidding process and contract status across this. It enables us to exercise an oversight role over the implementation of the supply chain management policy. The report confirms that the procurement that has been conducted was within the budget and the inventory was properly managed, and that measures are in place to ensure timeous contract renewals to avoid unnecessary deviations. Madam Speaker, as the African National Congress, we note this report and would like Council to note it as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Khatebe. MMC Masuku.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. I think all the councillors have utilized the word transparency and accountability, and that is precisely why we bring these reports. And this particular report does reflect a stable and a compliant procurement environment We are addressing the risk related to these issues of the absolute stock as raised by both Councillor Shai from Action SA and Councillor Peterson, the bid cancellation and expiring contracts. We note the input that there's a request to ensure that we stipulate the reasons behind the adjustment, and I think I've taken note of that, and I will make sure I relay that, and the city manager is here. He can also hear what the council is saying, because councillors are saying it's important to explain why what is behind the adjustment, and why when the excessive spending happens, what would have been the conditions that led to that particular. And I think for me that is an important consideration, because it's about the transparency that we are talking about, in line with good governance standards. And the comment through you, Speaker, about the review of the disposal policy. We do continuously review our policies, and I think it's standard we bring them to council. And of course, because there must be EMT processes, technical processes, and then obviously finally mayoral, sub-mayoral, mayoral, then it comes to council. But that is something that we continuously do, and if there's any delay, I've taken note, and we will make sure we look into that. And then Councillor Netamba from the EFF, where there is wrongdoing, where there is any malfeasance, the government of local unity is very clear, Speaker, in terms of dealing with financial misconduct and disciplinary matters. That is why you will see even today, we've got an item on item 19, where we are bringing a request to seek council approval to refer alleged acts of financial misconduct to the work of the disciplinary board is very important. And I think we have been on the right track. And I'm sure councillors can confirm. Every second council meeting, there is a report from the executive to deal with matters of financial misconduct, because we are going to clean out any acts of misconduct and money that is supposed to be used for service delivery to improve the lives of our people. So any officials caught on the wrong will be brought to book, and council will take the right decisions for the good of the citizens of Johannesburg. I ask council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 0.4 to 5.5. Is the item agreed to? Councillors, is the item agreed to? Thank you so much.
We move to the City of Johannesburg Infrastructure Plan.
Just hold on, STC. Councillor Nkanyane.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to bring to your attention that the second row from the back, the plugs are not working, Speaker. Thank you.
What plugs are not working?
Thank you,
Councillors,
Speaker. Speaker, please protect me. Thank you.
You are protected. Councillors, please, can I hear? Because we did not hear what he said.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. The plugs, Speaker, where you would plug in to charge the electricity. Yeah, the electric outlet. The electric outlet. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Nkanyane, apologies, we did not give you guys a brief, but as you see, the screens are working, and some of those at the back row is not working. So we would love to see that we put councillors more forward, so that at the back, they won't be sitting at the back. We are only 269 councillors here, and only 269 screens and plugs are working, so we will deal with it. Apologies. Let them move slightly closer to you. Thank you. Can we go on with our agenda?
Item 6, the City of Johannesburg Infrastructure Plan 1.0 for 2024-25.
First speaker is Councillor F. Abdul, UIF.
Greetings, Speaker, fellow councillors, residents of the City of Johannesburg. I rise on behalf of the United Independent Movement, as well as the Johannesburg Progressive Caucus. I rise on item 6. Please note that most of what I'm saying is written in the report. I'm just mentioning it for the sake of the public to be informed. The three main infrastructure entities, in the City of Joburg, namely Johannesburg Roads, Joburg Water, and City Power, are in a general poor state in terms of operations, finances, the state of their assets, and the state of the services they provide.
Councillor Abdul, just hold on. Councillor Nkonyeni and all those councillors at the back, please, can we just ensure that we respect the person on the podium? Thank you. Councillor Abdul.
Thank you, Speaker. I suggest we add JDA and Joshco to the list. This, while Johannesburg Water has an infrastructure renewal backlog of 32.5 billion and 25% of its assets has remaining useful life of less than 10 years. And 22% of its assets are in poor or very poor condition. While for JRA, replacing roads for the full estimated amount is approximately 39.5 billion, and 68 bridges also require urgent work, costing an estimate of 14.1 billion. While in the City Power, the asset renewal infrastructure backlog is 44.25 billion and an overdraft of 13.3 billion from historically positive balance. Power outages are frequent across the city and worsening over time. While all of the above is happening, City of Joburg is successful in one thing at least, and that is to punish the middle class who live in the suburbs with increasing utility bills to such an extent that they are forced to sell their property and sometimes to illegal foreign nationals who then create more problems for the city. While there are some working class people living in informal settlements who pay absolutely nothing for services, no wonder the general satisfaction for service delivery across the city is in decline. Now, we are approaching the LGE.
35 seconds.
And I think the residents of the City of Joburg are going to punish some of these entities as well as some of the political. The UIM notes the report with grave concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abdul. Councillor M. Cook from Good.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Before I get to the item on hand, Madam Speaker, I would like to start my speech by welcoming the announcement that you made yesterday that Council will publish Council and Committee documents on the City of Johannesburg official website. As Good, we believe that this level of transparency should not be optional, and I commend the Government of Local Unity for taking this step. It is a progressive step in the right direction to restoring transparency and building public trust in local government. Commend. Speaker, this infrastructure plan is also transparent and honest. It tells us something we already know, but have too often avoided saying plainly. Johannesburg's infrastructure has been failing, and it's failing unevenly. When water pipes collapse, when electricity outages become routine, and when roads crumble, Speaker, it's not abstract systems that suffer. It's the residents, it's the businesses, and it's the workers. These figures before us are staggering. Renewal backlogs of over 30 billion at Joburg Water, 44 billion at City Power, and a road network well past its design life. What this plan gets right is honesty. It admits that we cannot build our way out of this crisis with shiny new projects while neglecting what we already have. Renewal, maintenance, and data integrity must come first. But approval is only the beginning. Johannesburg has no shortages of strategies. It is a shortage sometimes of implementation discipline. Asset management plans, registers, and frameworks will mean nothing if they are not enforced, funded, and monitored by this council and now the rest of Johannesburg, as these documents will be released to them too. Infrastructure is not just about pipes and cables, it's about dignity, it's about safety, it's about economic opportunity, and it's about spatial justice. If we get this right, we will stabilize the city. If we fail, inequality deepens and confidence will collapse further. Good does support this plan because Johannesburg needs it, but we will insist on accountability, transparency, and measurable progress. Wait another decade for infrastructure that works. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Councillor Kay Wex from the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on item 6 on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, guests, officials, and residents, this city is experiencing an infrastructure crisis. Pipes are bursting faster than we can repair them. Electricity outages are no longer exceptional, they are now routine. Roads are collapsing, bridges are failing, and stormwater systems buckle under the slightest pressure. Residents have lost confidence, not because they are impatient, but because the system is failing them in real time. The broken nature of our infrastructure is so perilous that we must be brutally honest today. This report does not meet the moment. I stand here, Madam Speaker, to advance the following reasons for its outright rejection. Firstly, while the report acknowledges the crisis, it refuses to act on it. The report is commendably frank about the scale of collapse. Joburg Water's renewal backlog is billions, running into the billions. City Power is financially distressed and technically fragile. JRA's roads and bridges are beyond their design life, as we heard. We have a crisis while the Executive Mayor and his MMC are having a public spat. Public satisfaction is falling sharply. The diagnosis is accurate, but a diagnosis without a treatment plan is not a solution. It is an obituary. This report offers no emergency interventions, no immediate turnaround strategy, no measurable commitments for the next 12 to 24 months, and no service delivery targets that residents can hold us to. Let us stay clear of any illusions. A city in crisis cannot be rescued by a document that promises improvement a few years down the line while people are suffering right now. Secondly, Madam Speaker, there is no financial plan. The report openly concedes that the city faces a massive infrastructure backlog. Yet it states astonishingly that there are, and I quote, no immediate financial implications. How can a plan that claims to address 100 billion plus crisis have no costed strategy? How can we adopt a plan that does not tell us what we will spend, where we will spend it, how we will fund the recovery, or how we will stabilize the entities that are already financially distressed? Speaker, approving a plan with no financial backbone is not responsible governance. It is wishful thinking dressed up as planning. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, the report is a long-term administrative framework and it's not an infrastructure recovery plan. Consider the following. This document is heavy on frameworks, registers, methodologies, future compliance, milestones, and multi-year integration processes. Yet it is silent on immediate repairs, urgent stabilization, crisis response, operational turnaround, and short-term deliverables. Johannesburg does not need another administrative framework, it needs a recovery plan. And this report, unfortunately, is not. Fourthly, Madam Speaker, the report lacks accountability mechanisms. The entity is responsible for the deterioration to produce new plans and registers with no performance compacts, no consequence management, no independent oversight, no penalties for non-delivery, and no transparency requirements. Without accountability, this report is not a progressive step forward. It is a recycling of the same system that brought us to this collapse. We cannot endorse a plan that asks residents to trust the very institutions that have repeatedly failed them without any new safeguards. Number 5, Madam Speaker, critical issues relating to spatial justice and climate resilience are acknowledged, but treated in a scant fashion. Acknowledging inequality without committing to redress is not justice. Climate resilience is an afterthought, and the report states it's to be strengthened over time. This cannot be endorsed. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, why we must reject this report. Let me be clear. We are not rejecting the crisis. We are all living through it. We are not rejecting a response that would solve the problem, but we are rejecting a response that is whole to the crisis. We are rejecting a plan that diagnoses collapse but offers no rescue. A plan that acknowledges billions in backlogs but provides no funding strategy. A plan that promises long-term integration while ignoring short-term suffering. And a plan that demands trust without providing accountability. Johannesburg, Madam Speaker, deserves better than this document that describes the iceberg but offers no plan to turn the ship. We cannot, in good conscience, endorse a plan that delays action, defers responsibility, and distracts from the urgency of the moment. This is tantamount to rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. For these reasons, and grounded in good governance, accountability, financial prudence, and the lived reality of our residents, we reject this report outright and urge this council to do the same. Johannesburg, Madam Speaker, deserves a plan that brings real relief, real accountability, and real action. The DA will continue to fight for a credible, costed, and urgent infrastructure stabilization plan that prioritizes basic services, protects residents, and restores dignity to every community. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wax. We now have Councillor...
It's okay, Speaker.
From Action SA, Councillor Ingrid Cheney.
Thank you.
I hope I said it right.
100%, 100%. Thank you so much. Greetings, Speaker, fellow councillors, Fabulous 44, the guests in the gallery. I rise to speak on item 6, the COJ Infrastructure Plan 1.0, on behalf of Action SA. While we acknowledge the urgent necessity of a pretty profound infrastructure crisis, and thereby approving this report, we do so with grave and substantial concerns. It is public knowledge that the city's infrastructure is not merely strained, but it is crumbling. This decay is a direct result of years of poor maintenance, a chronic failure to enforce our own bylaws, and severe unchecked overcrowding, particularly in the inner city. The lawlessness in hijacked buildings has led to a situation where systems designed, for instance, for 200 people are now catastrophically overloaded, servicing well over 300% of their intended capacity. This brings me to the core concern with this plan. The document before us meticulously outlines the financial and operational devastation across our three key entities. Johannesburg Water carries a 32.54 billion renewal backlog, with 47% either near the end of their lifespan or in poor condition, leading to worsening city-wide water outages. The JRA requires an estimated 39.5 billion to replace expired roads and a further 14.15 billion for 68 critically compromised bridges, while our residents navigate a daily obstacle course of potholes. Lastly, City Power is saddled with 44.25 billion asset backlog and a 13.3 billion overdraft, a financial hole mirrored in the dark, frequent and lengthening power outages our communities endure. These figures are a damning indictment of the past neglect. However, while this plan looks competent on paper, backlogs, it possesses a critical, potentially fatal flaw. It lacks a substantive strategy to address the unsustainable pressure placed on this renewal effort by rampant, unmanaged population growth driven significantly by illegal immigration. The plan's own population for this growth, yet the response is absent. We must be unequivocal. This infrastructure plan will be funded by the hard-earned money of South African taxpayers and ratepayers. It is an intolerable injustice to ask them to carry the immense burden of this 100 billion plus recovery, only to see its capacity immediately overwhelmed because the root cause of the strain is ignored. Therefore, our approval is conditional on this council recognizing that an infrastructure plan without a parallel, decisive plan to restore lawful order, enforce bylaws, and hold the national government to account for the burdens of illegal immigration. It is a plan built on sand. If this council continues to fail to have that honest conversation and take those, residents of Johannesburg will be left waiting for a future government of SA that will provide the political will, a government that will deal decisively with illegal immigration to fix the city of Johannesburg finally and truly. The taxpayers of this city have carried this burden long enough. Enough is enough. Action SA approves the report with these concerns noted. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Can we have Councillor from the ANC?
Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor Councillor Dada Morero, Chief Whip Councillor Chauke, members of the Mayoral Committee, of Chairs Councillor Marema, fellow councillors, senior officials present, and distinguished guests. Speaker, in Johannesburg, residents don't ask for perfection. They ask for reliability, water when they open their taps, electricity when they switch on their lights, and roads that don't punish them for going to work. Today, we consider the City of Johannesburg Infrastructure Plan, a document that speaks directly to those basic expectations and to the responsibility we carry as this council. This plan matters because it brings order, discipline on how we plan, manage, and invest in infrastructure. It aligns planning with budgeting and implementation, ensuring that departments and municipal entities are no longer working in silos, but are working towards shared citywide priorities. Madam Speaker, earlier this year, during the January 8 statement, President Cyril Ramaphosa reaffirmed that fixing local government, improving service delivery, and restoring the credibility of the state are among urgent tasks before us. He emphasized that communities must begin to feel the presence of government through reliable services, functioning infrastructure, and accountable leadership. Madam Speaker, the infrastructure plan before us today speaks directly to that national call. It gives us a practical tool to move through from declarations to delivery, from plans on paper to service on the ground, and from crisis management to long-term stability. We do acknowledge that Johannesburg faces infrastructure challenges, aging assets, backlogs, and growing demand driven by urbanization. We accept these realities, not to dwell on them, but to respond to them in a structured, responsible manner. This plan allows us to do exactly that, Madam Speaker. Mr. Mayor, this is a true and honest report. It does not hide our weaknesses and does not sugarcoat them. The reality on the ground, it gives us the reality on the ground, but importantly, it is not a report of despair. It is a credible evidence-based plan that shows where we are and, more important, how we can succeed and change our infrastructure outcomes for the better. What is particularly encouraging about this document is that it shifts the city from a short-term fixes to long-term solutions. It prioritizes maintaining and renewing what we already have, strengthens accountability across departments and entities, and assures that infrastructure decisions are informed by data, affordability, and sustainability. Importantly, Madam Speaker, this infrastructure plan supports the work of this council as led by the government of local unity. It provides a shared framework for rebuilding Johannesburg, one that is financially sustainable, fair in its investment choices, and focused on restoring confidence in service delivery. By approving this plan, Council is making a clear statement that infrastructure will be planned before it is built, maintained before it collapses, and funded where it delivers the greatest benefit to our residents. I therefore urge this Council to support and approve the City of Johannesburg infrastructure plan so that together we move Johannesburg from frustration function and to promise to deliver services to our people. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor. MMC Masuku.
Thank you very much to the councillors, Councillor Ngwenya, Councillor Cook, as well as Ngwecheni. Madam Speaker, through you, I just think it's important that councillors, in particular, the councillor who, once we approve the policy in Council of Aldermans, the alderman, Councillor, works through you. I think that when you come to council and there is a progressive proposal and a plan that seeks to take the city forward, where you see something that you think needs to be enhanced, the expectation is that you make those proposals. I mean, through you, Speaker, Councillor Peterson made recommendations, Councillor Shai made comments earlier on the previous reports. We are governing. We are not going to fold our arms and not have a plan to deal with the infrastructure challenges. We are, in our report, we are very clear and we are transparent and honest about the challenges and the decay in the city. So we are not going to just sit and say, no, because this is a long-standing problem, we are going to keep quiet. No, we have an executive mayor who has foresight to be able to say, mayoral committee, let's work on a plan and take it to council so that we deal with the challenge and the city of Johannesburg is grappling with. I also want to remind councillors, Speaker, that this plan should be read and interpreted in the context of the plans the proposals that were put in council, the COJ Infrastructure Asset Management Policy and the COJ Infrastructure Asset Management Improvement Plan that actually was welcomed by all councillors. So I don't see why this should now be as if we are not enhancing what we already said we will deal with. And this infrastructure plan acknowledges that there is a systematic decline due to decades of underinvestment, fragmented planning, and weak asset management plans. That's why we would have done and approved it last year in August. And what council is approving now is a compliant framework that integrates the strategic infrastructure asset management plan and the capital expenditure framework. And it applies to all departments and entities. And of course, it will be updated as and when there is a need. And we expect all caucuses and councillors to contribute in that. And we are trying to shift the city from a reactive spending to a risk-based evidence investment. And the priority is to renew and rehabilitate existing networks before expanding to the new ones. And we are focusing on spending where services and economic risk is the highest. Lastly, Speaker, financial sustainability of the city is dependent on effective, efficient, and resilient infrastructure. Therefore, this plan is an intention for us to make sure that when we stabilize infrastructure, we're able to also deal and invest and stabilize the city's finances. The plan reduces unplanned failures and improves value for money and strengthens the city's standing with National Treasury and lenders, because we need them to also believe and take into cognizance, yes, we've got challenges, but we've got a plan to deal with this. And of course, this begins and works with the issues of ensuring that power Joburg Water, and it also expands to other departments. And there's a proposal that came from, to say, I think it was Councillor Abdul, if I'm not mistaken, who said, let's include JDA. That is a proposal that the councillor is making to say, let's be inclusive and not only look at these particular entities. Therefore, Speaker, through you, we request Council to approve this plan, and we make sure that we take Johannesburg forward and we deal with our infrastructure challenges to ensure that we provide services and we fix local government as per the input by Councillor Ngwenya, as indicated by this President of the African National Congress, who is also the President of the Republic, that it is important for us to fix local government so that we provide services to our people. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, MMC Masu. Colleagues, the recommendations are on pages, or is on page 6.14. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. The yeses had it, the noes came afterwards. I'm brutally honest. The yeses came first, and then the noes came. No, I'm being brutally honest. The yeses came, and then the noes came afterwards. So the yeses has it. Councillor Schrader? Oh, Alex, sorry. It's fine, you can sit.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of Rule 84, can you please note the opposition of the Democratic Alliance to this item? We do not agree that the policy is far-reaching. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Christians. It's noted.
We proceed with item 7, which is the City of Johannesburg 2024-25 close-up performance assessment on the employment, equity, gender, and disability.
Raadslid Boer van die Vryheidsfront Plus.
Good morning again, Madam Speaker. On the previous item, Councillor Ngwenya said this was an honest report, and I tend to agree with him. Item number 6 was an honest report. Madam Speaker, you just said you are brutally honest, and I agree, you are brutally honest. But unfortunately, item number 7, Speaker, is brutally dishonest. It is an assessment report on employment equity, gender, and disability. And the aim of this act, the Employment Equity Act that was implemented in 1998, was to, and I read here from the definition, it ensures equitable representation of designated groups, that is population group, example, African, colored, Indian, they don't include whites there. And then also women and persons with disability, across all occupational categories and levels of employment. So this is what this act tries to achieve. This report, Madam Speaker, only speaks about women and persons with disability. And it focuses on the ratio of male and female representation in the Johannesburg workforce, which in general is not too bad. Women represent 47.2% and male represents 52.8%. The report, however, chooses to focus about women in top management. They only represent 18.8%. And yes, it's something that needs to be addressed. It also addresses the people with disability. That target has been increased from 2% to 3%. And yes, we have to accommodate people with disabilities. But Madam Speaker, what this act does not address, and this act is unfortunately one of the racist laws that ANC has brought to us to cover their incapability to create jobs in this country.
Hou net aan. There's someone with a camera up there. Can we? Thank you. Raadslid Boer, you can aangaan.
Madam Speaker, if the ANC government's policies were stimulating job creation, there would not even be a need for this Employment Equity Act because everybody would have had a work. But the problem in Johannesburg is, and this in this report about designated groups, there is not even one single word. And that is why I'm saying it is a brutally dishonest report because we know from the entities that the representation of the various races in the city is so out of line. The white people especially and colored people are underrepresented in the city's workforce. And that is something that needs to be addressed in terms of the Employment Equity Act that actually says when one race group is underrepresented, an employer cannot employ people from another race group until that disparity is resolved. And this is something that the city of Johannesburg needs to address. And I failed to mention this in this report, but we need to address the
Councillor Rapado.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for affording me this opportunity. I thought I'd like his turning. I'm sure I heard Councillor Buru says the ANC is racist. And it can't be when we're trying to transform this country into an equal society because it does not afford him the opportunity to be part of the people that we're trying to change or the situation that we're trying to change. And then he labels the ANC racist. I think that is out of order and he should, sorry for that, withdraw that statement. I was going to let that go. But now my stomach is turning. That can't be.
Thank you,
it's going to record.
I've got your
It's going to record. Please, can we withdraw that?
I've got
Please,
your
thank you.
point. I've got your point. Councillor Boer, if you have said what the council is saying, if you have said the ANC is racist, can you withdraw that statement? En laat ons nie dit langdradig maak nie, trek dit net terug asseblief.
Madam Speaker, for the records, and you can listen back on my speech, I've never said that the ANC is racist. I said this is one of the ANC's racist laws. And any that...
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Boer, kan jy terugtrek dat dit een van die ANC's racist laws is? Can you withdraw, please?
Madam Speaker, I won't withdraw that because that is the truth. This law is one of the ANC's racist laws.
Councillor Boer, ons sal luister na die recordings and we will deal with it accordingly. We will listen to the recording, Councillor Rapado, and we will deal with it accordingly. Now, Councillor Rapado.
Madam Speaker, please, can you
I've made a ruling, Councillor Rapado.
He's defying your ruling to withdraw.
I have made a ruling, Councillor Rapado. I will deal with it accordingly.
Please,
and
can we send him to ethics for that?
Councillor Rapado, we will deal with it accordingly and we will let everybody know how we have dealt with it. Baie dankie. Can you switch off your mic, please, Councillor Rapado? Can we have Councillor J. Peterson from the DA?
Greetings, Speaker, fellow councillors, all protocol observed. I rise to speak on the assessment report for employment equity, gender and disability for the 2024-2025 year. It's obviously hopelessly late as we are approaching the end of the 2025-2026 report. This report, that being said, let's have a look at what the contents of this report have. Firstly, the target of employment of people with disabilities has been raised from 2% to 3%. While this is a bold step forward, I have to ask the question as to how this will be implemented. As far back as 2016, the target of 2% for PWDs was never reached, and the new target will surely be a huge challenge. The report states that all relevant stakeholders were consulted on this initiative. I need to ask who the relevant stakeholders are. I know previously I asked this question as to which stakeholders are being consulted. For example, are they consulting the Johannesburg Society for the Blind, Blind SA, located in L Road in Alberton, SA Mobility for the Blind Trust, located in 3rd Avenue, Melville. For the hearing impaired, KZN Blind and Deaf Society in Durban Central can be contacted on 031 309 4991. Deaf SA, that is housed at 20 De Korte Street in Bromfontein. If anyone could help placing people with disabilities, it would be these institutions for a start. Dr. Claudine Storbeck, Professor and Director for Deaf Studies at Wits University, will also prove to be a great help in understanding the challenges faced by the deaf community, especially in the workplace. The COJ seems to comply with the new legislation, and I want to know how the set target of 3% will be achieved for employment equity. What are they doing different from what they did before, and how will they would achieve this target, this new target for PWDs? This requirement, I feel, should be part of the KPIs for senior management. There are still several departments that have appointed very few PWDs. Even an entity like Pick It Up or JCPZ could have PWDs doing admin duties in their offices. It seems, though, there is no political will to comply with the legislated requirements. May I remind you that there are penalties for not complying with this act, ranging from 1.5 million or 2% of turnover to 2.7 million or 10% of turnover for repeat offenders, which in this case we are. More concerning would be the loss of the ability, which means the loss of the certificate of compliance, which means that entities cannot do business with the state or secure government contracts. I request that the Employment Equity Plan be made available to the Section 79 Committee so we can do proper oversight regarding the compliance for the EE Act. We as the DA want to see the streamlining of officers, work personnel while addressing the requirements of employment equity. It would appear that JPC is the only entity that gave any feedback, any development and guidance about what they would do. What have the rest of the entities done so far? This does not bode well for progress with EE compliance. Joburg Tourism and JDA both say guidelines were given for the development of the plan for EE. Have they complied? Have they done this? What is happening to the other entities? Are there deadlines? The DA believes that the PWDs operate in an inclusive society through legislative reform, improved access, and economic empowerment. We believe PWDs are differently abled people and that the stigmatization and the terminology should restore dignity of differently abled people. The challenges for differently abled people does not start when they seek employment. It starts with their education and their development from the onset. Our approach is designed to shift from a system that often marginalizes individuals to one that provides enabling and proactive support, aiming for full integration of differently abled people. The report refers briefly to the growing disparity between male and female appointees, especially at the top senior management level. This is a concerning trend moving in the wrong direction. This is something all entities have direct control over. Once more, there is a lack of political will to comply with this aspect of EE. What is more noticeable is the omission of race requirements from this report. Why was this left out? It's a question we need to ask. We hope that the business plans for the different entities will address our non-compliance with the EE Act and put in place credible, practical ways to address our lack of progress in this requirement. Ultimately, we should observe the values that speaks to fairness in the workplace and opportunity to engage in the workspace for differently abled people in our beautiful city. Love Joburg. Take action that leads to a better city for all who live in it. Just a reminder, Helen Zille will be the mayor of Joburg after the elections in November 2026. with her experience as the Mayor of Cape Town, the Premier of Western Cape, and the World Mayor Award winner, she is the person capable of doing the job that is required in Joburg. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Helen Zille has
Peterson.
expired.
Councillors, there's a Nissan X-Tray. I'm not sure if it is X-Tray, X3, X what. It's X-Tray that is blocking other people from coming out at Troduna House. And JMPD message, they are going to tow your car. It is JP 57WVGP. Can this owner of this car please go? Because they are going to tow your car. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next speaker from Action SA, Councillor J. Apane.
Honorable Speaker, members of Council, Fabulous 44, and most importantly, fellow residents of the City of Johannesburg. I rise on the item 7, City of Johannesburg 2024-25, close-up performance assessment.
Councillor, speak into the mic, please.
On employment equity, gender, and disability. The purpose of this report is to provide an assessment of the City Group performance on the implementation of employment equity, gender, and disability for the period 01 July 2024 to 30 June 2025. While the report encourages to improve the employment of people with disabilities as per the new 3% disability quota set by the Department of Employment and Labour, which is now calculated per occupational level, the big question is, are our places of work ready to accommodate people with disabilities? Madam Speaker, I used to sit next to my colleague who pushing him to lunch, smoke break, to his car, and even to the bathroom. He used to complain about the bathroom upstairs meant for the disabled that is not user-friendly. He told me that he wrote so many emails complaining about the state of the bathroom, but he got no response, and the bathroom was never attended to. Now imagine if you are the one approving these laws, and in future, they don't work for you. So we should, as the city, ensure that our buildings are user-friendly to people with disabilities, as Department of Labour gazetted for a 3% disability. So the more you get people with disability, and then the buildings are not friendly to them, then we have a challenge here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while we welcome the appointments of young people in the senior management level and executive positions to those who are competent and deserving, they should be properly inducted. That corruption is not the way to go. Yes, I concede that corruption is not only limited to young people. Even parties that claim to be clean are also corrupt. Imagine being a CEO at 27 and being corrupt. Then when you are twice your age at 54, how many entities that you preside over shall have collapsed and enrichment, and for those that are owed favors? We have seen our SOEs, Madam Speaker, they are nowhere to be seen because of corruption. Yes, we see female being well represented, Madam Speaker, both in senior management positions and executive positions, which is commendable, but more is yet to be done. Madam Speaker, while policies and reports indicate a framework exists, there is a concern that the actual progress towards equitable representation, especially at senior management or in lived workplace experiences, is lower than desired. Action SA views current employment equity targets as potentially bureaucratic and counterproductive if they become mere box-ticking exercises rather than genuine avenues of opportunity. Action SA therefore knows this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. UDM Councillor Chair Zigebe.
Thank you, Speaker.
I have a donation of 6 ATM and Al Jamaa. They can confirm.
Just hold on, Councillor. You are hardly on your feet, and there's a point of order right at the back. Councillor Kwamanda, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Compliments of the new season. I just wanted to donate my 3 minutes to the chairperson of GOD, Councillor Zikebe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I thought it was a point of order. Councillor Zikebe.
And also ATM's 3 minutes.
Hey, you are good at that. Ne?
I'm collecting.
Hey, I can see. Thank you, Councillor. So you have 9 minutes.
It's a new year indeed.
Okay. Carry on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When you said there's a point of order, I was like, hey, am I a troublemaker that much in this council?
No, that's the troublemaker. Let's not have a dialogue. But I thought you are the troublemaker. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, the Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, fellow chairpersons, councillors, guests in the gallery, I greet you. Madam Speaker, the report before us speaks directly to the quality of our governance as a city. Whether we are complying with the law, whether our systems are inclusive, and whether transformation is being implemented evenly across the institution. Let me start by acknowledging that the report does not reflect progress at a group level. There are departments that have demonstrated that employment equity consultation, disability inclusion, and compliance are achievable when leadership intent, STEMs, and accountability are aligned. That must be recognized. But Council would fail in its oversight duty if we allowed group-level averages to obscure persistence and serious weaknesses at departmental level. The Employment Equity Act 55 of 1998 is explicit. Designated employers must eliminate unfair discrimination, implement affirmative action, and ensure equitable representation of designated groups, including persons with disabilities. Importantly, Section 16 requires regular and meaningful consultation with employees and organized labor. These consultations are not symbolic engagements. They are a legal and governance requirement intended to build transparency, legitimacy, and shared ownership of transformation. Yet, the figures in this report show uneven institutional discipline. Group finance, with a workforce of 1,697 employees, recorded 0 employment equity consultative meetings during the reporting period. The Office of the Speaker, with 245 employees, also recorded 0 meetings. Even the City Manager's Office recorded only 3 meetings, placing it in the fair rather than good or excellent compliance category. At the same time, departments such as community development, which convened 10 meetings, and development planning, which convened 12, demonstrate clearly that compliance is not a capacity issue, but a leadership and prioritization issue. The disability representation figures require equally frank reflection. For the 2024-25 period, the target was 2%, and the several core departments remain significantly below this threshold. In the City Manager's Office, 99 employees are recorded with 0 persons with disabilities, translating to 0.00%. Group Forensic and Investigation Services reflects the same outcome, with 62 employees and 0 persons with disabilities. Public Safety employees, 9,665 people, but has only 34 persons with disabilities recorded, standing at 0.35%. Health employs 2,540 people with 20 or persons with disabilities at 0.79%. Group Finance records 16 persons with disabilities out of 1,697 employees at 0.94%. At the same time, the report shows that stronger outcomes are possible. Group corporate and shared services exceeds 3%. Economic development is close to 4%, and group communications and marketing exceeds 10%. This confirms that disability inclusion is achievable when recruitment practices, reasonable accommodation, and accountability mechanisms are deliberately designed. Madam Speaker, Council must also take seriously the changing regulatory context. As of April 2025, the employment equity regulations increased the disability target from 2% to 3%, and this target must now be applied per occupational level. This raises the bar significantly and requires focused attention management levels. As government, we must approach this report responsibly. It is not about sensationalization, sensationalism, or blame shifting, but about sanitizing uncomfortable facts. Best practice in public institutions shows that stronger outcomes are achieved when consultation calendars are standardized, performance agreements include transformation indicators, reasonable accommodation is budgeted for, and recruitment pipelines are deliberately built. Council should therefore insist on clear corrective action, measurable timelines, occupational level monitoring, and consequence management where repeat persist. Compliance with the law is not optional. It is a management responsibility. Johannesburg has the capacity to lead in governance quality and institutional integrity. That leadership will be measured not by intention, but by outcomes. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Sigebe. Chair, time flies, eh? Councillor Nhlapo from the EFF.
Greetings to the Speaker, the EFF Caucus Leader, the EFF Chief Whip, the EFF Provincial Chair and EFF Provincial Secretary and all councillors in the chamber. I rise on item 7. The city of Johannesburg remains one of the most unequal cities in the world. Despite progressive legislation and policy frameworks, the lived realities of many residents, particularly women, young people, and people living with disabilities, continue to reflect deep structural exclusion from meaningful economic participation. As the EFF, we remain unapologetic in our call for radical economic transformation and inclusive development that places our people at the center. This performance assessment is not merely a compliance exercise. It is a critical tool to measure whether the city is truly advancing employment equity or merely reproducing inequality through cosmetic reporting. Employment equity must translate into real job opportunities, fair representation, and dignified working conditions, especially for historically marginalized groups. As the EFF, we are deeply concerned that unemployment in Johannesburg continues to disproportionately affect women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The city must move beyond commitments on paper and ensure that its recruitment, promotion, training, and procurement purposes actively support employment equity targets. Job creation strategies must be intentional, inclusive, and aligned with the local government development initiatives that empower communities at ward level. Furthermore, gender equality cannot be achieved without addressing systematic barriers in the workplace. Women remain underrepresented in senior management and technical positions within the municipality. Similarly, living with disabilities continue to face physical and attitudinal barriers that limit their full place. This assessment must be honestly interrogated. These failures are proposed corrective action. Importantly, Honorable Speaker, employment equity cannot be achieved by merely reshuffling or rotating the same group of already employed individuals, particularly women from one position to another. While internal progression is important, it must not replace the urgent need to recruit externally from designated groups who remain excluded from the labor market. The city must deliberately open its doors to unemployed women, youth, and persons living with disabilities through targeted recruitment drives, inclusive hiring practices, and accessible application process. In conclusion, the EFF In conclusion, the EFF reaffirms its commitment to the city of Johannesburg that works for all its people. Employment equity must be implemented with agency and political will. Our people demand jobs, dignity, justice, and this council has responsibility to deliver. As the EFF, we approve and we note, the report.
Thank you so much, Councillor Nhlapo. The ANC, Councillor A. Shange.
Mangithathele thuba ngibonge Speaker ayo ukuba ngikhuluma uKhansela uPhumlile Shange obuya ward 129. Speaker ngibingelela bonke abahlali baseGoli, ngibingelele uExecutive Mayor, ngibingelele wonke ama-MMCs akhona, bese ngibingelela bonke osihlalo bamakomiti la ngaphakathi, ngibingelele izihambeli zethu ezikhona kule ndawo, ngibingelele wonke amakhansela we-African National Congress ingane zikaMdala uTambo. Bese ngithi kubona ibambeni kanjalo ningayiyeki maqabane ukuze sikwazi ukuqhubekela phambili singabavumeli ukuthi bagiye ngathi ngoba ibheshu lenye indoda balazi ukuthi libuya kuphi balithathe emsamo bayaliqoka. Speaker, ake ngithathe lethuba ngithi as the ANC we're noting the report with these concerns. Speaker, useshilo lapho uKhansela uNgwenya wathi the president of the ANC and the president of the country said, we're fixing the local government. And this policy is one of the policies that as city of Johannesburg, we must fix it in order we fix this country. I can hear, Speaker, people see is still continuing with apartheid. But I want to raise a concern, Speaker, and say to councillors in this council, we're all members of the Section 79 committees. It is our responsibility that if something is going wrong, collectively so in Section 79, we raise these issues so that we are able to move forward. But we don't come to the council and try and grandstand unnecessary, Speaker. But Speaker, I want to say, as the African National Congress, we are saying from our side, Speaker, as much as we note this report, we want to say to the city of Johannesburg officials, number one, they must make sure that this policy, it works for everybody. And we are saying, Speaker, the policy needs to be changed, to be reviewed, and we make sure that we move forward. Because from our side as the African National Congress, we believe that there are KPIs and want to request, in particular through the city manager of this municipality, to make sure that he holds senior management accountable in ensuring that the policies in the entities, the entire city are there. Because there are much gaps, Speaker, in terms of this policy. And these gaps must be closed properly. And we are saying, Speaker, we need to review this work so that we are able to cover our people. And Speaker, some people are saying we are talking about blacks in the employment equity, and they're misleading this country. We are talking of an African people. So when we talk about African, it's a number of race that are inside there. Let us all make sure that we speak a proper language in this council. And we're on our side. As this organization, we want to encourage all institutions to make sure that they comply, they make sure that they do things correctly. Let us all make sure that these gaps that are within are closed. And the stakeholder, Madam Speaker, is clear. We said in the committee, as we sit as Section 79, we're identifying vets as one of our stakeholders that must assist us in dealing with the PWs, in making sure that we are covering that. But also, Madam Speaker, we are saying, yes, people are saying women are covered. And I become worried, Madam Speaker, when male councillors speaks a lot to say women are covered. How do they say that? Because for quite a long time, women was not covered anyway. And therefore, we still have gaps, Madam Speaker, and we want that to happen so that we are able to move forward. Madam Speaker, policies of the city are very important and critical. And we are saying to all departments that are not complying, as Section 79, we want to make sure that we do oversight and hold them accountable in making sure that there is compliance. In so doing, Madam Speaker, we believe that all managers even the trade unions that are within the city of Johannesburg, they must make sure, Madam Speaker, in their LLFs, that they sit and discuss issues of policies in order for us to make sure that we achieve this goal of making sure that workers within the workplace are covered in terms of these policies. And they must make sure, Madam Speaker, that everything in the city of Johannesburg, as we are monitoring them, they make sure that things goes well. And we are saying the gaps that are within the city of Johannesburg in terms of the employment equity, it is our responsibility collectively, so whether we are sitting that side, another one is sitting this side, but collectively as councillors of the city of Johannesburg, we have a responsibility to make sure that our workers are treated equally, including their salary equally, so that we are able to move forward, Madam Speaker. And then, Madam Speaker, as the organization, we request that all parties in Section 79, they must do oversight on issues of women, issues of disability and other issues, so that we are able to close this gap that we have within the city of Johannesburg. It does not assist us, Madam Speaker, to come here in council as councillors that are sitting in the Section 79 and present views, leave the Section 79 where we must make recommendations and make sure that we come here, we implement and we move forward. The city of Johannesburg needs to make sure that there's compliance in terms of the also in terms of the PWs, so that we are able to move forward. And we are saying to the managers of the city, in particular, want to say to the city manager, please make sure that you hold your managers accountable in making sure that all entities do have these policies and they are in favor of our people. Workers must not suffer. Madam Speaker, it is not about people only. Even salaries are not equitable with, and that needs to be looked at, and that needs to be fixed. And we are saying actively, Madam Speaker, as the African National Congress, we note the report and will be an improvement. And the Section 79 councillors that are sitting to this committee, they are going to assist the MMC and make sure that the city of Johannesburg does achieve what is expected to be achieved without blaming anyone. Ukuze sikwazi ukuqhubekela phambili makhansela, asibambisaneni sipolitike ngaphandle kwale nkundla esihleli kuyo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi abasebenzi sinabo baqhubekele phambili. Ngiyabonga, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Shange. Can we now get the MMC and Zungu to respond?
Asibingelele kuwe Somlomo, ngiphinde ngibingelele umphathi dolobha in his absentia, ngibingelele usositswephu wekhansela, ngibingelele wonke amakhansela khona ngaphakathi nabavakashi bethu. Speaker, I have noted all the comments, and I must say that we are noting and we are going to work in improving where we are required to do so. And but Speaker, please note that the item 7 is a close-up report on the 2024-25 performance, employment, equity, gender, and disability. We have the utmost consideration on the importance of implementing the city's employment equity, gender and disability priorities and plans. Please note the progress made thus far by the department and remedial action to be implemented during the current financial year. So, Speaker, I therefore ask Council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 7.30 to 7.31. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
We move to item 9.
Just hold on, STC. Councillor De Lange.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Due to lack of transparency, for the record, the Freedom Front do not support this item. Thank you.
Noted. Councillor De Lange.
Councillors, item 8 is a recalibration of the open space standards and related policy reforms to enable inner city rejuvenation.
Thank you, STC. the DA, Councillor Kukamur.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you. It's nice to see you again and all of our colleagues in the House and the guests in the gallery. I rise to speak on item 8, which is the recalibration of open space standards and related policy reforms to enable inner city rejuvenation. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports inner city regeneration, transit-orientated development and affordable housing. We agree that the current open space standards are outdated and impractical in a dense inner city. But the DA's position is clear, Madam Speaker. Reform must raise the quality of the city, not quietly lower the standards that protect our residents. Public open space is not a nice to have. It is an essential infrastructure. It cools the city, manages stormwater, improves safety through active use and supports health and dignity. Rooftop and podium spaces can play a role, but they are not an automatic substitute for accessible ground-level public parks. Too often, they become semi-private spaces that exclude the very communities this policy aims to help. Speaker, there are real environmental risks here. Reducing open space in already dense areas intensify urban heat island effects, increases flooding, and undermines Johannesburg's climate resilience. Green roofs only deliver benefits if they are properly designed, maintained, and enforced. Without clear performance standards, Madam Speaker, they risk becoming cosmetic compliance, green on paper, but meaningless in reality. This proposal also front-loads incentives and backloads accountability. Developers receive exemptions upfront while the city carries long-term risk. Johannesburg's track record on post-approval monitoring is weak at best, Madam Speaker, and without regular audits, access rules and penalties, Council will only discover failures years too late. There's genuine financial risk as well. We are giving up open space contributions now on the assumptions growth will recover revenue later. That is not guaranteed. If development uptake falls short, the city could be left with less revenue and less public space. So, Speaker, the DA is not opposing reform. We are simply saying fix it properly. That means enforceable public access and safety standards, measurable environmental performance criteria for green roofs, mandatory long-term maintenance and compliance audits, and safeguards to ensure affordability does not mean overcrowding or poor living conditions. If Council adopts these safeguards, the DA will support this reform. If it does not, we risk repeating the same mistakes, densifying the inner city while stripping away the very things that make it livable. Madam Speaker, in closing, density without dignity, regeneration that makes the city denser but hotter, poorer in public space, and weaker in accountability. It is not progress. It is failure by design. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we have Good Party, Councillor M. Cook?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Good, we're very pleased with this report as it confronts a planning contradiction that Johannesburg has faced for far too long. We say we want inner city regeneration, we say we want affordable housing and transit-orientated development, yet we continue to apply open space standards designed for low-density suburbs to the densest parts of our city. The result has been predictable: stalled developments, unaffordable housing, persistent non-compliance, and decay. That cannot protect the residents. It protects outdated assumptions. It drives up the costs. It discourages rehabilitations of bad buildings, and it makes affordable housing financially unviable in exactly the areas where people need to live, close to work and close to public transport. This proposal does not abandon open space. It actually modernizes it. Vertical greening, rooftop spaces, and podium-level amenities are not shortcuts. These are globally recognized urban solutions applied effectively all over the world. Importantly, Speaker, these exemptions are actually targeted in this report. They favor small units, they favor social housing and accredited delivery agents. They introduce monitoring mechanisms to ensure affordability commitments and are real and they are enforceable. Regulate its way into decline and then be surprised by the outcome. If we want a safer, denser, more inclusive inner city, we must align our rules with the reality. Good supports this reform because planning must enable dignity, not obstruct it. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Cook. Councillor Deshay from the Democratic Alliance.
Good morning, Speaker, fellow councillors and the residents of Johannesburg. Welcome to another lecture in the Johannesburg School of Governance, proudly presented by the Democratic Alliance and approved by the President of South Africa. Today's lesson is a simple one. Good governance means learning from past experiences and integrating those into how you go going forward. In principle, the Democratic Alliance supports the intention behind this item. We understand the need to unlock development and revitalization in the inner city. But we've seen this movie before. Time and time again, policies are brought to this council, often on the eve of elections, that prioritize new structures, instead of strengthening institutions that already exist. We saw this clearly in 2021 with the AFS teams. Hundreds of people were appointed just before the end of a term, and then it took the city 3 years to fully capacitate them with the necessary equipment and systems. And they are still underperforming today. That is not delivery. That is political optics masquerading as governance. And that is precisely our concern here. Additional inspectors, additional monitoring teams, and additional so-called short-term support in a city with a stretched balance sheet. And in a city that already employs professionals whose legal mandate is to do exactly this work. We do not need parallel structures. We need to respect and utilize the expertise we already have. Why is this administration hiring manual data capturers to walk around with clipboards when green coverage can be audited automatically using satellite imagery? The technology exists. What is missing is the political will to stop creating jobs for PAL schemes dressed up as policy. Which brings me to the core lesson of today's School of Governance. Institutions fail when expert warnings are dismissed instead of interrogated. 2 years ago, the Democratic Alliance raised serious concerns about the process that led to the appointment of the JDA CEO. We questioned the reduction of baseline requirements. We formally requested the minutes of the board meeting where those requirements were altered. Those concerns were not answered on their merits. They were dismissed and in some cases smeared. This serious and troubling reports in the public domain relating to that very appointment. This is not our told you so moment. It is a reminder of that when warnings are ignored, consequences follow. And we are seeing the same governance pattern again in this policy. This item conflates two things that do not need to be conflated, the in the city and the creation of discretionary temporary capacity. That is a governance error. We are deeply concerned by the reliance on rooftop gardens as an alternative to open space contributions. The vast majority of inner city buildings were designed for minimum viable economic use, not for future rooftop amenities. They were never designed to carry those loads. To present rooftop gardens as a universal solution is quite frankly a red herring. By demanding heavy accessible rooftop parks on structurally weak aging buildings, this policy effectively taxes the rehabilitation of so-called bad buildings out of existence, disqualifying the very structures it wants to save. Additionally, the court to create extra capacity to ensure compliance for rooftop gardens which will apply to a minuscule number of properties is both nonsensical and wasteful. Our recommendation is to withdraw this item, remove those clauses, and bring it back so we can improve it the right way. Because good governance is not about assuming things will work, it is about designing systems that will endure long after the cameras are gone. Thank you for attending another lecture in the Johannesburg School of Governance. Please note there will be no extended learning program for slow learners. Next.
Councillor Sekhwai from the Action SA.
Greetings, Madam Speaker.
Just hold on, Councillor. Can you please switch off your mic? Thank you, Councillor.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, and most importantly, our fabulous 44. How can I forget our guests in the gallery and our residents watching from various platforms? Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 8, which is the recalibration of open space standards and related policy reforms to enable inner city rejuvenation. Madam Speaker, inner city rejuvenation remains an Action SA policy and a motion that was passed sometime last year in council. Lest we forget, it is only through the proper implementation of this motion that Johannesburg can be restored to its former glory. To do that than Action SA. Somewhere in the body of the report, there's a line that says, Johannesburg inner city has shifted from an economic powerhouse to an area of decline marked by unsafe, bad buildings and inadequate open space. Together with various stakeholders, the report says messaging should highlight the city's proactive stance in addressing housing shortage, improving safety through active urban space, and promoting environmental sustainability through rooftop and podium green spaces. Various incentives are also being proposed that are expected to unlock private investment, install or marginally viable development, catalyze inner city regeneration and stimulate job creation in construction and allied industries. In short, Madam Speaker, this report reaffirms Action SA's long-held view of what the city should be like when there is a clear political directive, a livable city, massive job creation, and a city where people can call it home. In 2016, Madam Speaker, our former executive mayor, Herman Mashaba, said, let's reclaim hijacked buildings, partner with private developers, and address the acute housing backlog in the city. Sadly, we're still talking the same language. Why? Because we never had a mayor since Herman Mashaba. Madam Speaker, let's rather have him back so that he can finish what he has started in the city. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mosetla from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Expropriation of bad buildings in the inner city was brought into this council by the EFF. Stop those things. Stop those things.
After all, he was an EFF.
Greetings, Speaker.
Councillor Mosetla, stick to your speech, please.
But
Thank
this
you,
is my
Councillor.
speech.
Thank you, Councillor.
And you are
Councillors
eating on
the
my
other
time.
side. Councillors on the other side, can
This
you
is
stop
my speech and you are
disturbing-
eating on my
Can you
time.
stop disturbing the councillor? Because when your councillor spoke, everybody was quiet. Thank you, Councillor Maseta. I didn't eat your time.
Greetings, Speaker of Council, Honorable City Manager Dr. Brink, Red Battalions of the EFF led by Provincial Chairperson Commissar Dunga and Commissar Moshe Koma, as well as our party leader, Dr. Chwaku, and Chief Whip Tabisa Mohapi. The inner city has shifted from being an economic powerhouse to an area characterized by hijacked buildings, unsafe living conditions, and severe shortages of affordable housing. The current requirement of 18 to 24 square meter of open space per resident may be appropriate in low-density suburbs, but it is impractical in the inner city and TOD corridors, where land is scarce and property values are high. As a result, open space contributions have become the highest component of development costs, discouraging investment and stalling residential mixed-use developments. Honorable Speaker, this policy environment makes no distinction between a small affordable unit and a luxury penthouse. It offers no incentive for inclusionary housing and no recognition of innovative forms of open space provision. Madam Speaker, the proposal before Council here today is proposing reducing open spacing standards from 18 square meters to 10 square meters per unit within the inner city and council designated TODs. This approach embraces vertical open spaces provision, including rooftop gardens and podium spaces, while ensuring safety, environmental performance, and compliance with relevant standards. It aligns with the city's SDF 2040 TOD strategies, area frameworks, and nodal review policy. Important deregulation exercise. The proposal includes monitoring and accountability measures. While there may be short-term reductions in open space contribution revenue, the medium to long-term benefits are clear. Honorable Speaker, the economic freedom fighters support this report because it confronts exclusionary planning practices, supports inner city regeneration, and prioritizes people over rigid compliance. It recognizes that dense cities require innovative solutions and that affordable housing must be enabled and not obstructed. We therefore support thereof. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mosetla. ANC, Councillor Mbengwa.
Okay, good morning and greetings in the new year. Yes, it's a good morning. Whether it's 10 o'clock in the evening, still good morning, because in 2020, a new dawn led by the African National Congress is going to happen. Now, Madam Speaker, before I do the pleasantries of greetings and everything, I wanted to do it simple so that I can touch these things, because Mapungo inner city rejuvenation touches me personally, because I am a councillor and a resident in the inner city. There is a Mintiro Yabalabula. People are talking riddles. They quote 2016, they quote certain people from Cape Town. Here, with the current mayor, Mayor Dada Morero, has showed us what must be done. The rejuvenation we are talking about. The walkabout where he was displaying in the inner city what must be done. It's a clear translation of what the inner city, a rejuvenated inner city should look like, should be. It means that we should have a space to walk. We should have an open pavement that we walk on. Meaning that the ANC is displaying what must be done, not into Mantsumane. The ANC is leading. It's leading what must be done. So, but we have got dreams. But before I go on, there is a word that we learn in the university. It's called what? Plagiarism. You know, in simple words, it means theft, where people go and copy things. So, some few weeks ago, we saw a certain old woman there, you know, in Randburg, trying to mimic what the mayor of the ANC, Dada Morero, is doing in our rejuvenated inner city and all the surrounding cities that we have, your Randburg, your Santes, what must look like. And we can't go there without starting here in the inner city, rejuvenating it. Now, as I go on, Madam Speaker, a rejuvenated inner city, I don't want to be black like me because there will be a problem if I start quoting that man. It means the following, that our parks are safe and the recreational spaces are safe, that our kids can play there safely and not fed with drugs, that the spaces can be a facility used for that purposes. Meaning that the ANC saw it. Sometimes I aspired to be a teacher, and we needed to teach the people because they follow behind us. And the mayor was teaching us on what must be done. Now, it means that when we are implementing the rejuvenation, when we are redesigning, rejuvenating this inner city and all these public spaces that we're earmarking, we have to ensure that we are implementing the bylaw, meaning that that journey that the mayor and all the MMC they were doing is a simple arithmetic action that must be done. And this is what we're looking forward to it as the ANC because it is going to help. But we are cautioning on the following, that the ANC is also cautioning that as we implement this, we must move away from the concrete jungle. We must go to green. When we are doing all these things, we must look at the greening. Meaning, for those that did not do biology at school, or those that know how to play disc and jockeys in some FMs, should learn that it means that we'll have more spaces of oxygen. So, the ANC says this rejuvenation, when it comes, it must also curb the capitalistic gangsterism. We're cautioning it, Madam Speaker. What is capitalist gangsterism? As much as this whole environmental friendly and everything should be done, it should be inclusive. It must not be driven by those who will come and group themselves the same way that some big companies did in the World Cup of 2010. We do not want that. We want also our own people, our African people, to be participating in those rejuvenation. In essence, we are saying, as we are going to have this rejuvenation, it must be inclusive. We can't have J. Palmer running amok as if they master the inner city. Inner city, there is us who are Africans, and we want to be part and parcel of that development. And this we note that it will change the face of inner city. The open space currently, as we speak, it is occupied by the homeless people. It's occupied ngalabantu bohambo, and it's something that we don't want. But with the exemplary that the mayor was driving, we are seeing a better inner city. And we are saying, Mayor, we were on the right track that Oliver Tambo has instructed that we must liberate our people. And the reduction there in terms of the square meters from 18 square meter to 10, we find is very irrelevant. It gives the property owners extension of where we can also add greening. And we welcome this proposal. As the ANC, we are saying that the inner city rejuvenation, and the people will say, Ward 59, Ward 60, Ward 123, Ward 63, Ward 64, welcome this rejuvenation, the entire inner city. And you are looking forward for that to be implemented, because there is no other people that will liberate the black people of South Africa except the African National Congress. Magogo, awuhambi uyodlala nengane.
Thank you, Councillor Mbengwa. Can we have MMC Mgcina?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Greetings and compliments to yourself, the Executive Mayor, fellow MMCs, councillors in the chamber, Chief Whip of Council, Signori, and the residents of our city, I guess, that are here as well, we greet them. Madam Speaker, let me thank Councillor Kukermoor for supporting this report and of course noting the concerns that she has raised. Let me just assure her that once the report is approved, we can always work together in improving where improvement is needed. And also thank Councillor Cook for supporting the report as well and putting an emphasis on the importance of this particular report. We really appreciate that, Councillor. Councillor Shay, thanks as well because you did support the report, even though in your lecture later on you confused your students by suggesting that the report must be withdrawn. So, but the most important part of your lecture, it's actually on the supporting of this report. So we appreciate that. The other part, I don't think it's part of the report. I don't think it's necessary for me to respond to. Councillor Sewai, the report seeks, of course, to address your concerns exactly. So I take it that you're also supporting the report in your input. And also, I think you have just confirmed to us the candidacy of Mr. Mashap, even though he said he will tell us around February as to who will become the candidate. But now we confirm it. So it means he's coming and we are ready for him. Look, Councillor Musehla Mugoni, I think you have actually done a good job in terms of this report. It shows that you understand the intention of this report. I think Asipedi sa leboa Mugoni we tsupulutse ka theresho report e. So thank you very much for supporting this report. And again, Councillor Mbengwa, I think your passion towards the rejuvenation of our inner city, it is acknowledged, my brother, and we really appreciate, and we appreciate as well that you're also supporting the work that our executive mayor is doing in the inner city. Councillors, Madam Speaker, this report, it's a proposal that also supports the city's adopted policies and programs, which includes the IDP, the SDF 2040, the Inner City Rejuvenation Program, as alluded by Councillor Mbengwa, the TOD Strategic Area Framework, the nodal policy, and the inclusionary housing policy as well. I must also indicate, Madam Speaker, that it advances the impact of urban forms, spatial justice, economic growth, and safer, more active urban environments as well, as alluded by, I think, fellow Councillor Musehla earlier on. Madam Speaker, we are requesting Council to approve this report of recalibration of open space standards and contribution exemption as set out in the report, and to mandate the necessary bylaw and policy adjustments to give effect to this incentives. So we request that Council approves this report, Madam Speaker, as it is looking forward to unlocking the development in the inner city of our city in Joburg. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Nkina. The recommendations on page 8.9, is the item agreed to? It's agreed to. The yeses have it. Councillor Alex, you don't have to stand.
Much obliged. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of Rule 84, the Democratic Alliance wishes to record its opposition to this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Colleagues, we are going to item 10 and after item 9. And after item 9, we'll go for lunch. Okay? I'm not sure who that is because I can see you are eating the one that said we don't want lunch. And it is not supposed to be in the chamber. Thank you, councillors. We are going to do item 10 and then we go for lunch. Item 9, apologies.
Councillors, item 9 is the development, sale and or long-term lease of portion 159 of the farm Deep Kloof 319 IQ, that's in Soweto Gateway, for compliance with section 33 of the Municipal Finance Management Act.
Thank you. We have Councillor F. De Lange from Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Just stop my time there. There was a request by one of the officials that we combine item 9 and 10, and she spoke to all the speakers. I don't know if that has been done. Please don't use my time for that. There was a request. She came to my table. Was there a request like that?
Just hold on. We're stopping.
Just stop my time. Thank you.
Every second counts.
Okay, but we don't have much common speakers here. But it's okay because I see there's Councillor Bolane. That's the only one that's outside from everybody else. So, and Councillor Moepi has been taken out by the EFF, and they have put in Councillor Mkasi. So, Councillor Mkasi, you'll speak on both the items, am I right? Yes, Councillor Mogape?
Thank you, Speaker. No, Councillor Mukasi will speak on item 9, then Muyepi will speak on item 10. Thank
Okay, so they'll have their time, but they will speak in the same, yeah, okay. Okay, so we'll join them, and we will then carry on. Councillor De Lange, but I don't see you on item 10. Jou tyd bly net soos dit is, want jy is nie op 10 nie. Okay.
Dankie, begin die klok nou.
Dankie, daar begin die klok nou.
Dankie, voorzitter. All protocol observed. Finally.
Okay, item.
Okay, we need to table item 10. Is die hongerte wat so maak?
Item 10 is the amendment of the development lease agreement in respect of portion 420. It's a portion of portion 281 of the farm in Fontaine, 51 IR in terms of section 116, subsection 3 of the Municipal Finance Management Act.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Lange, kan ons gaan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Finally, or maybe not so fast, or maybe third time lucky. Madam Speaker, for many years, the Economic Development Section 79 visited the Atlehang Opportunity Center. And even the piece of land, we were over that, and for many years we were wondering what's going to happen to this. Now, if my memory serves me correctly, this is the third time that we're trying this with a Triple P partnership. The first one failed miserably. We didn't receive proper bids. Then the second one, there was a bidder that was approved, but they pulled out at the last minute. Now we're bringing this again to the value of 2.7 billion rand. But it looks like Triple P is not the way to go. Now, for our other colleagues, this used to also be known as the Soweto Empowerment Zone. Unfortunately, very little empowerment happened there over the last 31 years. So maybe that's why they changed the name to the Soweto Gateway. Now, Madam Speaker, maybe we must relook at this whole earth or this 34 hectares to get national, provincial, and local. The competency, maybe Minister Gayton McKenzie can come and assist us to build a proper funded multi-purpose sports center for the community of Soweto. Further to this, The competency of province is actually to build hospitals, schools, and the rest. Well, we've got hospitals and clinics already there, but maybe for the first time ever in 31 years, government must actually build a new primary school, early development school, and a proper high school with proper facilities. And then maybe we, which is also a provincial competency, not a municipal competency, then looked at the mixed use for proper housing or low-cost housing in that precinct. But this triple P partnership thing, 2.7 billion, it looks like nobody's got the appetite for this in the private sector. As far as I remember, I stand corrected, this is our third time. Then, just down the road, we've got Barra Taxi Rank, we've got the Barra Mall, we've got all this infrastructure. We even got the Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic, listen to this name, Academic Hospital. In closing, Madam Speaker, this hospital used to be one of the leading academic hospitals in the whole world. So it's actually a shame. Today it's just a shadow of what it used to be. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor De Lange. Councillor Moati from Action SA, you have 10 minutes because you are going to speak on both the items.
Thank you, Speaker. Indeed, Speaker, I have clapped both items, 9 and 10. Greetings to you once more, to the Executive Mayor, Action SA Caucus Leader, Action SA Councillors, guests in the gallery. Special greetings goes to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, as already outlined, I rise to speak on item 9, the development side or long-term lease of portion 159 of the Farm Tip Kloof 319 IQ Soweto Gateway, in compliance with Section 33 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, read together with item 10. Speaker, today this council is asked to deliberate while a scandal hides in plain sight the systematic, unreasonable and reckless disposal of municipal assets, land included. I refer specifically to the growing practice of leasing or disposing of strategic municipal assets for periods of up to 50 years at values that do not reflect the true market worth of that land. Let us be clear, a 50-year lease is not a rental agreement, it is a de facto alienation of a public property. These decisions bind not only this council, but the next 3 generations of leadership. They strip future residents of the right to determine how land should be used to meet their needs, whether for schools, clinics, parks, affordable housing, or inclusive economic development. We are told these deals stimulate development, but Speaker, development that undervalues public assets is not a development, it is dispossession in disguise. When municipal land is leased for pennies on the rent, the city forfeits revenue needed to fix potholes, repair sewer systems, and restore basic services. Residents end up subsidizing private profit while infrastructure continues to collapse. And Speaker, we must ask who benefits. Too often, these long-term agreements are negotiated behind closed doors with limited transparency and weak public participation. Communities only discover the consequences once contracts are signed and the land is effectively lost. The proposed amendments are a pure tone of unjustified extensions of lease periods, lack of transparent justification, or circumvention of competitive bidding, which may undermine municipal financial accountability at the end. Land is not a renewable resource. Once it is tied up for 50 years, it is gone for a lifetime. Under Action SA-led government, this culture ends. An Action SA government guided by the accountability championed by Herman Mashaba, the constitutional vigilance exemplified by Nasipe Moya, and the ethical people-centered governance modeled by Tlolani Kumalo, who do governance differently. It would mean no long-term disposal of municipal land without genuine public consultation and full council oversight, not a box-ticking exercise. It would mean there will be market-related valuations and as a non-negotiable minimum, not an afterthought. Transparent processes where communities know before decisions are taken, not after, and land use that prioritizes public benefit, economic inclusion, and integrational justice, not elite enrichment. Action SA believes that municipal land must be leveraged strategically, not surrendered recklessly. Speaker, municipal land is not for sale, it is the people's heritage, held in trust by the council, and it must be protected for the benefit of future generations. For these reasons, Speaker, Action SA notes these reports with serious concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'd like to caution the people in the public gallery. If you were not given accreditation as a media house to be here and to take pictures and videos, please don't do that. Because it's stipulated in our rules how you dress and how you act when you are here. So we are getting videos that are coming from the top. We cannot allow that. There's a rule in our book that says, Rule 30, subsection 5, that says, you must not use photographic equipment, recording devices, and other multimedia devices in the gallery. So can we please stop doing what we are doing if you are not an accredited media house? I thank you. Can we go to the next speaker? This next speaker is Councillor Mkasi from the EFF. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker, let me first acknowledge the presence of the ground forces of the EFF.
Just hold on, Councillor. Councillor Moepi, the councillor that has just spoken from Action SA, can you switch off your mic, please? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Councillor, you can continue.
Before I proceed, the Speaker, can you please clarify if Councillor Moepi, you allocated him also 5 minutes?
I think they printed wrong on the list. You both have 4 minutes, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Apologies. It's
Thank you.
those that printed. Thank you
you
so much.
Let me firstly acknowledge the presence of the EFF ground forces here in the gallery, led by our provincial chair, Commissar Nkululeke Dunga, and also the secretary of the province, Commissar Moshe Koma, our caucus leader, Dr. Mgini, our chief whip, Councillor Thabisa Mohapi, residents of City of Johannesburg, fellow councillors, received the revolutionary greetings from the EFF. Speaker, would like to congratulate the EFF for a disciplined, militant, peaceful demonstration held on the 23rd January 2026 outside the East London court in defense of our president and the commander-in-chief, Julius Malema, who is being deliberately targeted as a victim of political persecution. The mobilization exposes how racist organizations like AfroForum seek to make example of the president in an attempt to intimidate black leadership and suppress radical resistance to white privilege. The EFF has once again demonstrated that intimidation will not succeed. The movement will defend its leaders openly, peacefully, fearlessly until racism, political persecution, and land injustice is completely defeated. Let us be very clear from the beginning. This council is not just approving a contract today. We are deciding whether we are custodian of the people's land or collaborators in the permanent disposition. Municipal land belongs to the people. It belongs to the Africans and black majority of this city who remain landless, property poor, and deliberately excluded from real economic power. Any attempt to sell this land is not neutral. It is politically, ideologically, and anti-black. That is why we state without fear or apology, we support a long-term lease, we reject, resist, and oppose the sale of municipal land. Selling municipal land is an act of surrender. It is the final handover of public power to private capital. Once land is sold, it is removed from democratic control forever. Once land is sold, access is no longer based on need. It is based on profit. Selling land is irreversible. Leasing land is revolutionary. When land is under the custodianship of the state, it can be planned, regulated, and allocated in public interest. It can be made accessible to the landless, affordable to the poor, and available for housing, school clinics, and economic activities that serves communities. But when land is privately owned, it becomes the weapon against the people. Private owners store land, speculate on it, inflate prices, delay development, and block projects that do not maximize profit. Private ownership often produces counter-development, development that exclude Africans and depends exploitation. For landless black people, state custodianship means access without exploitation. It means development without displacement. It means land use to restore dignity, not to extract rent. It means a long-term lease keeps land in the public hands while forcing capital to operate under public conditions. It ensures development without dispossession, revenue without surrender, and accountability to the people, not to some shareholders. Africans didn't lose land through boardroom deals. Land was stolen through colonial violence and apartheid laws.
15 seconds, Councillor.
The theft has been reserved, and this council must not normalize it through sales disguised in progress. Speaker, because I'm left with 14 seconds and I have to make this point.
Your seconds are now one.
As the EFF, we reject item 9. I thank you.
Councillor Zigebe, you have 3 minutes. Chair Zigebe, you have 3 minutes. Councillor Mohape. Before you go, Councillor Zigebe.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. I think you combine item 9 and 10. So can we allow Councillor Delego?
We're coming to the councillor. We did. We're coming to the councillor. We are coming to the councillor. We're doing it in the order that it is here. Councillor Zigebe, it's yours.
Apologies, Speaker. I'm not speaking on both items. There must be a...
Yeah, you only have 3 minutes because you're speaking on one item.
No, on both. On 9 and 10, I'm not speaking.
Oh, someone gave your name to us.
No, they love me. I like that.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we then have Councillor? Are we done? Can we then have Councillor Moepi?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, greetings to the leadership of the EFF, led by the chairperson, Commissar Nkululeko Dunga, and Commissar Mushakoma. Greetings also to the 29 battalions of the EFF, led by caucus leader Dr. Mceli Twagu, and the residents of Johannesburg. I rise on item 10. Speaker, the EFF approaches the item with serious concern because it speaks directly to how the city managed to long-term public assets in some of the most economically valuable space in Johannesburg. When council is asked to amend a lease that already stretches across generations, we must pause and ask whether we are protecting the interest of the people or entrenching historic privileges through administrative convenience. This item proposes amending an existing development lease at the Wanderers Cricket Stadium to allow an early exercise of a renewal option, expand permissible land use, and permit subletting to third parties. While this is presented as a necessary step to unlock development and investment, the EFF is concerned that Council is being asked to make far-reaching decisions without first resolving the deep structural imbalances embedded in the original lease agreement. For decades, this prime land has effectively been leased at a nominal rate in one of the most affluent and strategically located parts of the city. The proposal now suggests that this arrangement should not only be extended far in advance or its expiry, but also broadened to allow commercial hotels, luxury apartments, and business facilities. This raises a fundamental question: why is the city willing to accelerate and expand private control over public land without first asserting the terms to reflect present-day economic realities and public needs? While the report speaks of job creation, investment attraction, and SMME participation, these projections remain aspirational unless anchored in enforceable obligation. The EFF has repeatedly warned against development narratives that promise transformation while locking the city into agreements that limits future policy flexibility. Long-term leases, once renewed, are extremely difficult to reverse, especially when third-party subletting rights are introduced. The proposal to renegotiate rental terms is welcome in principle, but it is concerning that Council is being asked to approve the amendment before the final rental framework is clearly defined and tested against a fair market value. Public land, Madam Speaker, public land is in the economic core of Johannesburg, cannot continue to be treated as a historical favor to elite institutions. It must generate real measurable benefit for the broader public, including increased revenue, access, and social return. The issue of governance is equally important. Allowing subletting and expanded land use insignificantly alter the nature of the original agreement. These are not minor administrative.
Councillor.
In conclusion, Speaker, the EFF agrees that the existing lease agreement is outdated and that the city must correct the historical undervaluation of this property. We also agree that the city should not continue to receive negligible.
Your time was up, Councillor. Councillor Mabuza from the ANC, you're speaking on item 9, and you have 10 minutes.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, the Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Dada Morero, our Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, Son of the Hunter, members of the Mayoral Committee, all councillors present here today, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 9, development, sale, and or long-term lease of portion 159.
Speak into the mic, please, Councillor.
Of the farm Deep Kloof Soweto Gate. This process started on the 31st October 2018. Portion 159 of the farm Deep Kloof is measuring approximately 30.5 hectares in extent. The city manager appointed bid specification committee members on the 5th of May 2023. Invitation for the request for proposals. Advert was published on the 2nd of June, 2023 in the Star newspaper. JPC website, notice boards, and the e-tenders website. The bid closed on the 7th of July, 2023 at 10:30. And as part of promoting transparency, the bids were opened in the presence of the relevant officials from the JPC, GFIS, GRAS, and members of the public on the 3rd floor in Bram Park Office Park. On tender closing date, 6 bids were recorded on the tender closing register for the RFP 33/2023, and the bidders were read out at the opening of the bid and were recorded in the bid closing register. The tender validity period for the RFP was 120 days to enable the COJ/JPC to complete the tender process. The bid process described in this report have complied with the supply chain management policy of the COJ. No objections were received from the national and provincial treasury and from the public at large. Provincial treasury acknowledged receipt of the notice received from the JPC. Their observation were that due processes was followed in terms of the public notice issued. They indicated that the municipality ensure appropriate contract management and that the developer be monitored and reviewed on a biannual basis against the plans and agreement to ensure that milestones are met. Total development cost is approximately 2.7 billion. JPC will be receiving a development facilitation fee of 39 million to be paid in 4 equal payments, and the developer breaks ground for the 4 phases of the project. The developer will also be paying a once-off payment price for the sale of the site, as well as pay a facilitation fee of 1.5% of the total development cost to JPC and administrative costs. The property is made up of 14 portions of land, of which 7 portions will be sold to the developer. The purchase price for the 7 portions is 4.5 million. The remaining 6 portions will be leased to the developer for 55,000 a month. The lease agreement for the 50 years, after which the improvement made to the sale will be reverted back to the city at no cost to the city. The total financial offer to the city is 44 million, which includes the purchase price, rental, facilitation fee. The cost of the development will be borne by the appointed developer. For the low-cost housing aspect, the developer and JPC will work with the development of human settlement for grant funding in the form of urban settlement and human settlement development grants. The agreement will not impose financial implications on the COJ, but will generate revenue for the city. In addition, the development will contribute towards social upliftment of the surrounding community by providing support to the youth and grow talent, create jobs, provide housing to alleviate the burden that we are experiencing when it comes to the housing backlog. Speaker, as the African National Congress, we would like to request Council to note the report, especially taking into consideration that the process followed complied with the requirement of Section 33 of the MFMA number 56 of 2023 as outlined in the body of the report. That the COJ may now proceed to enter into a development sale and lease agreement with the successful bidders as per the award by the Executive Adjudication Committee of the COJ. But the most important, the CEO of JPC be authorized to sign all the necessary documentation to give effect to these transactions in terms of any applicable legislation, and that it shall be subject to further conditions as the CEO of JPC to protect the Council's interest. As the African National Congress, we note the report in the best interest of the residents of the city of Johannesburg. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mabuza. We now call on Councillor Bolani to speak on item 10, and you have 10 minutes. Is Councillor Bolani around?
Greetings, Madam Speaker,
sorry.
Mayor Margaret Arnold. Greetings to the Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Dada Morero, aka Shotgun. Greetings to Whip of Council, Tatan Shinyori. Greetings to the Chair of Chairs, Son of the Hunter. Greetings to the member of the Mayoral Committee, and greetings to all councillors and the residents of the City of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 10, amendment of the development lease agreement in respect of portion 420A, portion of portion 281 of the farm Sirfenfontein 51 IR in terms of section 1163 of the MFMA Act of 2003. The purpose of this report is to obtain council approval for the proposed amendment of the development lease agreement on portion 420 Sirfenfontein 51 IR, known as Wanderers Cricket Stadium, in terms of section 1163 of the Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003. This property is between Sandton, Melrose Arc, and Rosebank. It sits firmly in the center of South Africa's golden triangle of retail. On the 4th July 1991, the Eswal City Council of Johannesburg and the Transvaal Cricket Board, the LSC, concluded a lease agreement over the property for a period of 50 years, with an option to renew for a further 49 years. The first term of the lease would continue until 31 March 2040. The second part of the lease, the extension, will result in the lease terminating on 31 March 2089. The rental payable was 49 Rand per annum for both terms, this from 1991 to 2089. The parties agreed that the property will be used primarily for cricket matches, and secondary uses included other sports, recreation, entertainment, and other social activities. The lease commenced in 1990 and it will expire in 2040 with an option to renew the lease at the same rental amount of 49 Rand per annum for a further 49 years, terminating on 31 March 2089. Madam Speaker, 2024 was a turning point to this lease. In and around 2024, the lease communicated its plans to redevelop the property to its highest development potential to create opportunity in the following areas: sports and business hotel. The center package will consist of 850, 1,400 parking bays valued at between 125 million and 210 million within the space running along Collet Drive and incorporated into the current office, conferencing, sports medicine facilities of the unity stands, which will be called the Johannesburg Sports Institute, facing into Collet Drive. Short and long stay luxury apartment. 40 to 60 furnished and service long stay executive suite apartments valued at 90 million and measuring approximately 1,060 square meters will be constructed with safe and secure access to the apartment through the hotel and a number of possible shared facilities between apartments and hotel tenants. The development once completed will provide the following transformation benefits: an estimated 1,464 jobs to be created during construction. An estimated value of work to SMM is 846,400 million. An estimated number of SMEs to be supported is 73. 92 new permanent jobs. The proposed development of property will bring an injection of 500 million, create 1,500 jobs, empower plus minus 70 SMEs, and increase the city rates and taxes base. The city will also share in profit that the C will release from the additional developments on the property instead of the 49 Rand per annum that is currently payable to the city. The LSC has on its own course, already submitted township establishment application to the city to solicit development rights. It is therefore requested that the council consider the lessee's request to implement the option to renew the lease for a further 49 years and not wait until 2040 to grant permission to sublet to third parties. The lease should also be amended to reflect the additional uses supplementing the current cricket use. Instead of the 449 rand per annum rental to the city, JPC will negotiate a rental of not less than 30% of net premises rental in respect of the property currently estimated at 2.1 million per annum by the lessee. Therefore, Madam Speaker, considering that 2027 World Cup cricket will be taking place at the Wanderers Cricket Stadium, we request that the Council approves the amendment of the development lease agreement on portion 427 Fontaine 51 IR, known as Wanderers Cricket Stadium, in terms of Section 1163 of the Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003, allowing the lease to bring forward the date to exercise the option to renew in terms of clause 2 of the lease agreement, and to therefore reflect the additional uses supplementing the current cricket uses. Change renegotiate for a new rental amount, and also to grant the lessee the right to sublet to third parties. That the JPC be authorized to give the local community reasonable notice of the intention to amend the contract or the agreement. That the local community be invited to make representation in any of the city or JPC on the intended amendment to the contract or agreement in terms of Section 1163 of the Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003. That the Chief Executive Officer of the City of Johannesburg Property Company be authorized to sign all documentation to give effect to this transaction in terms of the supply chain management policy for land of the city and any other applicable legislation, and that it shall be subject to such further condition as the Chief Executive of the Joburg Property Company considers necessary to protect the Council's interests. Madam Speaker, I want to raise this categorically. We are not going to be bullied by scandalous and unprincipled counter-revolutionaries without the mandate of people of Johannesburg. What baffles me, Madam Speaker, where does this confidence and ambiguity come from? Individuals without constituency, without anything, they are only just one seat, individuals sitting here just for lunch and everything else. But as the NC was saying, the mayor of Johannesburg is going on nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We are now going to call on the MMC of Economic Development. MMC Mnisi, you have 10 minutes because you are responding to item 9 and item 10. Before you start, MMC, just take your seat. Colleagues, one of the councillors has lost his iPhone. It's an iPhone 13. If you picked up the phone, can you please bring it to the desk in the front here? Councillor Rolson, no one has spoken. What point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just regarding the cooling unit, if you can please take the temperature down, we'd appreciate it. It's boiling in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Mnisi, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Dada Morero. Good afternoon to the Chief Whip of Council, Mani, the councillors in the chamber, our guests in the gallery. You are all acknowledged. Madam Speaker, I want to put it categorically to Councillor Dilang. Unfortunately, he stepped out, and it's not for the first time that he raised issues and he leaves the chamber. Madam Speaker, it is for the first time that this item finds its way here, item 9. This item seeks council approval purely in terms of Section 33 of the MFMA. It does not introduce a new land disposal decision, but ensures that the long-term agreement flowing from a process which was approved by this council in 2018 is fully compliant with the law and transparent. This report, Madam Speaker, is about legal compliance and nothing else. The city, through JPC, is complying with Section 33 of MFMA, which is required when the municipality enters into a long-term contract that has financial implications which are beyond 1 year, financial year. Madam Speaker, in short, I just want to put this across the council and the residents of the city of Johannesburg that the council is confirming that the city followed the law. It has done the consultation process with the public. We have obtained the Treasury and COGTA's inputs and is now regularizing the agreement as required by the MFMA. Now, on the comments of Councillor Muwache, we have done the market evaluation, and that's why we are asking for the amendments on agreements which were signed during the apartheid regime. We want to make sure that the market-related rentals are aligned to the current market rate rentals. Currently, the rental, you would know, Council, as you see it in the section 79, the rental there per annum is 49 rands, which is not market related. And as the host of Cricket World Cup, we need to expedite the process and ensure that we approve this report and we have no delays. Through you, Madam Speaker, on Councillor Mukatsi, the city is not disposing any land, Madam Speaker. The city will retain the ownership of the land in question. Any development sale elements relate to development rights. No transfer of municipal ownership will be done on item 9, Madam Speaker. We want to put this across so that councillors are at ease. You see, it's disappointing because the leadership of the EFF is here from the province. And now when they were presented with this report, they were never given the gist and they were never given a proper clarity on this particular item, which is item 9, on the definition of the sale / the lease. So, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure whether there's another MMC somewhere here who is also responding to.
Councillor Zita, please. Please, Councillor Zita.
So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I want to say this land will remain the asset of the city of Johannesburg. There is no transfer currently that is going to take place to the developer, Madam Speaker. We are therefore requesting that the council notes and approve the reports as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Colleagues, the recommendations for item 9 is on pages 9.8 to 9.9. Do we agree to the item? Can I place the question again? Pardon? Colleagues, recommendations for item 9 is on pages 9.8 to 9.9. Is the item agreed to?
No, no, big no, big no.
Colleagues, unfortunately, I have heard, and I think the table has also heard, so we'll tell you now who has it.
Yes, have it. Divide the house.
Colleagues, we are going to have the division of the House on this one. Don't clap for a fish to swim. We are going to ring the bell. We are going to ring the bell. We are going to close the doors. And we are then going to count. Can we ring the bell? Can we close the doors? Can we close the doors? Protocol? If you are out, you are out. The bell is going to stop. We're closing the doors. We are closing the doors. I also want to be very clear. We are going to count because nobody asked for a caucus. So please close the doors, Franz. We cannot flout our own things. Counting is beginning. We are starting to count. Can you close the doors there, Franz? If they're out, they're out. We are going to be disciplined. Chief Whip, there's no political party that has asked for a caucus. But we are finding that people are outside caucusing whilst we are supposed to be counting. No one has asked for a caucus. So we are going to count without people. And we will not have fingers pointed to the desk in the front. Can we have those that are supporting the item? Can we have those that are supporting the item? Lift your hands. We are counting. There was... I'm on the... I hope that we are realizing a lot of our national and provincial leadership is in the House. I also hope that we are realizing there's a lot of people from the communities that's up there that's looking at us. I'm just saying it by the way.
Our GNU is voting.
We are voting. We have said. Colleagues, can we carry on? They are counting us, Mosetla.
GNU is voting.
Register. Which one?
QR code.
Stephen, QR code. QR code.
I got busy, my darling.
Which one is the cable?
Don't include us in your shenanigans with white people. Don't include us, please.
Thula man, thula.
The councillors on my right-hand side, you can lower your hands. Councillors on my right, you can lower your hands. Councillors on my right, lower your hands. Councillors on the left, you can lower your hands. Those that says no. you can lower your hands. Those that abstain. Can you count those that abstain? Thank you so much, councillors. You may drop your hands. Okay, colleagues, the results is as follows. Those that abstained are 23. Those that said no is 39. And those that said yes is 170. So the item is carried. So now we're on to item 10. Item 10, the recommendations are on 10.7. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. The agreed have it. The item is carried. Thank you so much. We will now go for lunch. It is 2:10 according to my watch. We'll be back at 3:10. We are almost finished, so we should be done early.
the item. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. The item has been withdrawn. Let's go to
Item 14. It's a ruling of the presiding officer for a council meeting held on the 2nd of September 2025.
Thank you, member in charge.
Speaker, it's me again. I stand to present a report on the ruling of the Speaker that was referred on the 2nd of September, and I ask Council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That is item number 14. Recommendations on page 14.4. Is the item agreed to?
Item 15 is a ruling of the presiding officer for a meeting held on the 2nd of September 2025.
Member in charge.
Thank you again, Speaker. I stand again to present a report from the Rules Committee on the referral from Councillor Christians on the 2nd of September again, and I ask the Council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendations are on page 15.4. Is the item agreed to? Councillors, the yeses have it. Councillor Christians? Councillors, can I hear this side? Councillor Christians?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We didn't
You
hear-
should remain seated.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm not going to go to jail if anything happens. You should remain seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we didn't hear anybody say yes, so we thought the noes had it there. But in terms of your ruling, in terms of Rules 84, we'd like the opposition of the DA to this item be recorded. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Christians.
Item 16 is a ruling of the presiding officer for a council meeting held on the 29th of September 2025.
Member in charge, you should be standing continuously and not sit down.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Nkubung again. I have 4 minutes, Speaker. So in this one, I'll use my 4 minutes.
Okay.
Let me greet you, Speaker, the Executive Mayor, the Mayoral Committee, councillors of the African National Congress, and all councillors in the gallery, the Chair of Chairs, the Whip of Council, and also state, because maybe I would be the first one to state it, Uguti. We are a movement of peace, and we love peace. And this report is a report that was referred to us because there were issues that were destabilizing the peace that we want to enjoy in this council. As I present this report, Speaker, I also want to say we are from a movement. You know, Joburg is a highly contested terrain, but we are the only movement that has the very peaceful regional conference. And currently, we are united going forward as the African National Congress. However, I stand here to present this report to Council for noting. Thank you.
Thank you, Member in charge. There is a speaker on this one. Councillor Christians, you may be seated as you speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, when I was 10 years old, I was part of a movement called the UDF. And what we fought for was freedom of South Africans. We fought for freedom of speech. And some of those who say way across from me clearly do not understand what the UDF is. Speaker, today it seems we are fighting for our freedom of speech again. Because earlier on, the mayor was not ruled out of order when he was quoting from various newspaper articles and authors. Yet when Councillor Campbell Clutie quoted what people who voted us in were saying, she was ruled out of order. And that is why this came to us. Speaker, if you look at the minority report, it's very clear that the verbatim notes given, where she says the hashtag used by the community were hashtag this and hashtag that. It was not her words. She was, as a principled and an upstanding councillor in the city of Johannesburg, she was quoting what the people are saying. Yet she was ruled out of order, Speaker. Speaker, that is why the minority report raised issues where the Speaker failed to protect the councillor's freedom of speech. And if you look at section 18.4 of the Standing Rules of Order of Council, it's very clear there that the Speaker's, yes, Speaker, you can open it up, 18.4, that the Speaker is there to safeguard the freedom of speech of this House. But unfortunately, it was not done. Why? Because councillors on the other side decided that leadership is more important than the voice of the people. If they do not respect the standing rules of order of this council, which we have, then maybe they should respect the constitution that many of us fought hard for, and some even died for, where the freedom of speech is clear there. That when we speak, we should speak in a manner that is such that the voice of the people is heard, and it's not stopped, it's not muffled, and it allows for us to clearly indicate our grievance against a society that is failing. And the society is failing because the leadership of this House is failing them. So they have no other option but to come to the councillors in the opposition and say, please stand up for us. That is why we cannot accept that Councillor Beer Kluchi Campbell was wrong in what she said. All she did was she spoke as the residents of Johannesburg said. So if this House believes she is out of order, that means all those in the glue also believe that the residents of Johannesburg are out of order. With that, Madam Speaker, I move that the minority report be accepted, and it does not confirm the ruling of the Speaker of this Council, because the freedom of speech of this councillor was not protected. I thank you.
Member in charge.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, standing here on behalf of the Section 79 Committee, having looked at these reports and having interrogated these reports, one can firmly say, Councillor Margaret Arnolds, you are doing a very good job, by far, in making sure that you sustain Rule 72A and make sure that you protect the decorum of the House whilst making sure that your rulings are final. Whilst those rulings are final, we must protect the decorum of the House. And anything that attempts to interrupt the smooth running of this House, you have to take action. And in this case, you had to refer the ruling. You had to give the ruling that you gave. And the Rules Committee has agreed that by this kind of speech being part of the councillor's speech, it becomes her own. She owns it when it comes to council. However, because this is a democratic House, it means that going to the Ethics Committee, she will get a chance to express herself, and the Ethics Committee will judge accordingly. So it was not final judgment on her. It was not you saying she was wrong or right, but it was you referring it to the Ethics Committee, and the Ethics Committee will deal with it and bring the report to this House. So, Speaker, I ask the Council to note the report and say, Councillor Margaret, you are still doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to the member in charge. Councillors, we have a report that needs to be adopted or agreed to, and we also have a minority report. So if you agree to the report as per put out by the committee, it means that we also agree to the minority report. And the minority report, if you agree to the minority report, it also means that you agree to the report that the Section 79 has given us. So colleagues, the recommendations are on page 17.4 is the item agreed to. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the councillors around me have asked me to ask you to please repeat what you said because both versions sound the same. Are we agreeing to the report without the minority report, or are we agreeing with the report with the minority report in it? Thank you.
I've said exactly what you said the last. We agree with the report together. Hulle gaan saam. Concurrently. I cannot speak other languages. Thank you so much. So we are agreeing to it going concurrently. Het gaan saam. It goes together. Thank you so much. The report is agreed to. Thank you, colleagues. We are now going in committee on items 17, 18, and item 19. But we also have an option. We can go in committee, and if we go, or we can deal with item 20 first, that's straightforward, and then get into the in committee. I can be guided by the House. Chief Whip, 21st. Can you want to have few minutes, 2 minutes with your whips so that we agree, or can we hear the whips of political parties? I don't want to do your work, Chief Whip.
21st. Speaker, maybe we can take the whips outside to talk about it, but for me, I was thinking that we can just agree.
Colleagues, do we agree? Agree, so we go to item 20 and then we do in committee. Thank you so much. Nkonyeni, Councillor Nkonyeni. Councillor Nkonyeni, I've given you the space to speak.
Okay, no, it's fine, Speaker, thanks.
Are you good? Okay, we're going to item 20. STC will read it into record. Executive Deputy Mayor.
No, I don't have that. Councillors, we're on item 20. It's a report on the establishment of an executive deputy mayor in the city of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality.
I just told you.
Councillors, just to recall item 20, we have a report on the establishment of the Deputy Executive Mayor in the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality.
Thank you, STC. Can we have the Freedom Front Plus, Councillor F. De Lange?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for this, I don't even need a written speech. In 1999, on provincial level, there was negotiations to look at a metro status for certain areas of Midrand, Sandton, Roodepoort, the south of Johannesburg, the CBD, Soweto, and then a few other informal settlements. Then in the year 2000, I think for a while it was known as Igoli, and then the metro was formed. So now we are 26 years down the line, Madam Speaker. And never we had a need for a deputy mayor position. If this came at the beginning of this term, obviously there's more pressure on the mayoral office, the city has grown, the population has grown, and also unfortunately the problems has also grown. But really, Madam Speaker, please don't insult our intelligence. 11 months before this term ends, it's extremely suspect, and my heart really goes out to the GLU. If you can't keep your house in order, don't force something like this and at an extra cost to the ratepayers of Johannesburg. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Lange. The next councillor would be Councillor J. Mokome from Cope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon. Madam Speaker, let me uphold the protocols that have been established by all the previous speakers. Madam Speaker, the Executive Deputy Mayor exercises the powers and performs the duties of the Executive Mayor if the Executive Mayor is absent or not available, as reflected in Section 151 sub 2 of the Municipal Structures Act, close quote. Madam Speaker, with all things being equal, the principle of mutatis mutandis applies in the event that a fully functional executive mayor's office is operational, as this creates synergy between the two offices. Madam Speaker, our practical experience in the city of Joburg has been the fact that the executive mayor was able to delegate members of the mayoral committee as acting executive mayors from time to time, given his powers in that regard. Madam Speaker, this appointment of the executive deputy mayor will enhance continuity of leadership. It will also improve executive capacity, and lastly, good governance. Madam Speaker, due diligence has been done in relation to consultations with the group legal and contracts, group corporate and shared services, including correspondence from the MMC of Kokta. Madam Speaker, therefore, we support the establishment of the position of the Executive Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Can we get good Councillor M. Cook?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think we must be clear from the outset that this debate is not about whether the law allows for an executive deputy mayor, because the law most certainly does. The question which Good has had to ask itself is whether this is necessary, whether it's appropriate, and whether it's responsible for now. And that question has unfortunately left Good not yet persuaded. Johannesburg is less than a year away from local government elections. We are operating in a period of political transition fiscal strain, and declining public trust. Good believes that at such a moment, Council should be exercising restraint and not expansion. The city's challenges are not rooted in a lack of executive titles. They lie in weaknesses and the cracks that run throughout our administration buildings, the instability and the poor coordination sometimes. Good knows that creating a new political office is not a silver bullet, and on its own, unfortunately, a new position will not resolve any of these problems. We are being asked to approve a full-time executive position, but we don't know exactly what the enforceable performance outcomes for that position will be. Furthermore, there's also no evidence that the existing executive structures have been exhausted or properly evaluated. We have been very supportive of the GLU and the executive mayor over what they're achieving currently, and therefore we don't believe that an additional position at this stage is necessary. We do believe that continuity of leadership is important, but continuity should be institutional, not dependent on adding another political office. We know that the absence of the executive mayor creates governance risks, but then the issue lies in delegation frameworks, administrative resilience, and succession planning, not in a title. We must also be honest about the political context. Establishing a new executive post so close to an election risks creating a perception. And we've learned that what is perception becomes reality.
40 seconds.
Fair or not, this council will be seen to be prioritizing political accommodation over service delivery. And at a time when residents are struggling with outages, infrastructure failures, and unsafe neighborhoods, Good believes this is not the signal we should be sending to the residents of Johannesburg. Unfortunately, it is our belief as Good that we are not rejecting this idea outright. We are just saying, not at this stage.
10 seconds.
Let the next council with a fresh mandate from voters assess this situation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zigebe from UDM. Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. The UDM withdraws from this debate. Thank you.
Thank you. ATM, Councillor Magwenchu.
Thank you, Speaker. We note the report. Thank you.
Councillor Kwamanda Al-Jama. I don't see him in the House. Councillor Christians, DA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, when you look at this report, you've got to consider what it's about. And the debate that we have to have is whether it's about position or it's about the people. The people out there are crying. We've heard earlier on today in this House that infrastructure is failing. We do not have sufficient funds to deal with it. As far back as 2016, we heard that in order to fix the infrastructure in the city of Johannesburg, it will take almost 100 years because of one thing that some councillors who spoke before me forgot to mention. They did not consult with finance. And if you consult with finance, you would realize what the people are saying is that we need services. We do not need positions. This position, just to set it up, and this exercise was done by the DA in 2016 when we came in, today would cost about 10 million rand just to set up this office. Now, are we willing to set up an office of a deputy mayor for 10 million rand when we do not have the money for infrastructure? The people of Jan Hofmeyer are crying. The people of Brixton are crying. The people of Mayfair are crying because we do not have money to pay the service provider building the new tower there. Yet we want to spend 10 million to set up an office by approving this. If the MSC, the proposal from the MSC for cooperative governance and traditional affairs and infrastructure wants us to elect an executive deputy mayor in the city of Johannesburg, why have they not followed the funds with the form? It's all about positions. It's not about the people. The people of the South, where Councillor James, Councillor Landis, Councillor Crichton, Councillor Myers have to regularly cry to officials to come and do maintenance because electricity is down, water is down, because there is no money. Just recently, Randburg had a catastrophe, or is still in a catastrophe, because Pick It Up was on strike, because there was no money to pay people. Yet we are more concerned about the position rather than the people. It's the people that provide us with the money. And it's the people that should have the say, not the politicians who now want to make sure that the glue is sticking. Because this position, whilst we have it in DA municipalities, it's because we can afford it. But in the city of Johannesburg in 2016, when we took over, we found that we could not afford it in the city of Johannesburg. That's why we did not consider it then. We're not opposed to the position, but what we are opposed to is putting a position above the people. So I urge you, if you want to approve this, let's go to the MEC and tell him, provide the funds for a deputy mayor. Don't just tell us that you can elect to it and I'll agree to it. Agreeing does not provide the funds. It only provides the position. The establishment of this position is there already. And I say it is there already because whenever the mayor is not here, he has 9 other MMCs to stand in for him. And that's what this position does. It's a stand-in position. It's not going to create anything better in the city of Johannesburg. So when we consider it, that's what we need to look at. It is legal, it is lawful, but it's not what the people want. Madam Speaker, I urge you to get the councillors in this House to think about it. We speak about good governance, but is it good governance when we do not have the funds? Madam Speaker, I meant through you, not for you to do the urging yourself. But through you, Madam Speaker, I urge all the councillors sitting across from me to consider it. We talk about good governance. Is this good fiscal governance? No, it's not. It's about pandering to people who want power at the expense of the people. There is hope for Johannesburg, but that hope is within us doing what we can to make Johannesburg better, and not just holding positions. Councillors on that side, I urge you, elections are around the corner. If you want to come back, vote against this item, because the people will decide that you chose a position over the people. I thank you.
Councillor Christians, thank you so much. Action SA, Councillor Kutrius. Councillor Christians.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon, and good afternoon to our fellow councillors, and most importantly to the residents of Johannesburg, and of course the fabulous 44, julle lyk mooi vandag. Madam Speaker, Action SA approaches the proposal to establish the Deputy Executive Mayor position with a clear and principled lens. And when we look at this lens, we have to ask ourselves the question, what strengthens governance? What improves service delivery and respects the hard-earned money of Johannesburg's residents? Madam Speaker, let me state up front, Action SA is not opposed to the concept of a deputy mayor. In a metro as complex and expansive and demanding as Johannesburg, there is merit in strengthening executive capacity. The scale of our challenges, from collapsing infrastructure and service backlogs to financial recovery and inner city revitalization, requires leadership that is focused, coordinated, and accountable. However, Madam Speaker, support for a principle does not mean a blank check. Johannesburg is not in a financial position to expand political office without restraint. Our residents are already under severe pressure. rising electricity tariffs, water challenges, fuel costs, and a cost of living crisis that makes every cent matter. Any decision taken in this chamber must therefore pass a simple test. Does it add value without adding unnecessary cost? Madam Speaker, a standalone deputy mayor will earn, give or take half a Woolworths bag, 1.2 million rand per annum, almost as much as what was found recently, allegedly in somebody's car. We will be adding to an already bloated staff complement of 35,000 people, and now will add to a wage bill when the city constantly fails to reach watered-down revenue collection targets. It is for this reason that Action SA proposes a practical, responsible compromise. Look at the model that Tshwane has. Let's look at it. I'm not saying it's the right model, but let's look at it. We support the establishment of a deputy mayor on the condition that the role is paired with an existing mayoral committee portfolio. In other words, a deputy mayor who also serves as an MMC. The approach achieves three critical objectives. Firstly, it strengthens executive leadership without increasing the burden on the ratepayer. Secondly, it ensures that the deputy mayor has real operational responsibility. And thirdly, it sends a powerful signal to our residents that this council understands their financial pain and is prepared to lead by example. Madam Speaker, Action SA is deeply concerned that without these safeguards, the creation of a deputy mayor position risks being perceived, fairly or unfairly, as political accommodation rather than governance reform. At a time when trust in government is fragile, perception matters. We must be honest, Johannesburg does not suffer from a shortage of titles. It suffers from a shortage of service delivery. Residents do not ask how many politicians sit in executive office. They ask, why are the lights still out? Why are water interruptions still taking place? Why do roads collapse months after being repaired? Why does corruption continue to drain resources meant for communities? Any restructuring of executive authority must be laser-focused on solving these problems, not creating new layers of cost. We therefore call on the executive to formalize a model where the deputy mayor role is cost neutral, tied to measurable performance indicators and reviewed regularly to ensure it delivers tangible benefits to residents. Speak to the city of Tshwane. It can work. With keeping our residents always at the forefront of our decision, it can happen easily. Mevrou die Speaker, ons is gereed om hervormings te ondersteun wat regering versterk. We are ready to support leadership that works.
39 secondes.
But we will not support decisions that ask our struggling residents to pay more for politics instead of progress. Johannesburg deserves ethical leadership, disciplined spending, and accountable governance. And it is possible to achieve all three if we choose responsibility over convenience. Action SA stands ready to work constructively toward that goal. I thank you.
Baie dankie raadslid. Councillor Mogapi, EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Greeting to the Sub-Region F Chairperson, Aviwem Daniso, and the Secretary, Sambo. And greetings to the councillors. On the proposal concerning the Deputy Mayor, the EFF cannot support this item. Our position has always been consistent. Executive authority in local government must be justified by clear governance needs, defined responsibilities, and demonstrable value to residents, not by political expediency. The proposal before council failed to meet these standards and therefore does not warrant approval. In terms of the constitution, municipalities are required to structure their administration and the political leadership in a manner that prioritizes efficient and effective and accountable governance, as well as the progressive realization of basic services. Similarly, the Municipality System Act is clear that political structure must be designed to enable service delivery, accountability, and the community participation. This proposal does not adequately explain how the role of the deputy mayor, as currently presented, will advise these constitutional and legislative obligations. The EFF has repeatedly warned against the expansions or reconfiguration of executive position without a clear service delivery rationale. Johannesburg is facing a profound crisis, collapsing infrastructure, persistent water and electricity disruptions, deteriorating roads, and widespread unemployment. In this context, Council cannot justify additional executive arrangements that are not directly linked to resolving this material condition. The absence of defined performance indicators, oversight mechanism, and consequences for non-performance raises a serious concern about compliance with the principle of accountability envisaged in the Municipal Finance Management Act. Furthermore, the proposal does not demonstrate how this appointment will strengthen collective executive responsibility or improve coordination across departments. Instead, it risks reinforcing a culture where executive positions exist without measurable outcomes. While communities continue to suffer, the EFF has consistently opposed such governance models because they divert attention from structural reforms and blur lines and responsibilities. For this reason, we reject this proposal. Our rejection is grounded in law, in principle, and in our unwavering commitment to the developmental local state that serves the working class and the poor. Until proposals brought before the Council clearly demonstrate how they enhance accountability, improve service delivery, and comply with the legislative framework governing municipalities, the EFF will not support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mohape. Chair of Chairs, Councillor Marema.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Councillor Margaret Arnolds, Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke, Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Dada Morero, members of the Mayoral Committee respectively, chairpersons of Section 79 respectively, councillors of the City of Johannesburg. And I also want to greet the newly elected Regional Executive Committee of the ANC led by MMC Councillor Masuku. And to you I quote a Latin word, per aspera ad astra tatu, which means through hardship and adversity to the star. Residents of the City of Johannesburg, Council will recall that following 2021 local government elections, the city elected an executive mayor but did not exercise its discretion to elect an executive deputy mayor, as permitted by Section 55.1A of the Municipal Structures Act. In 2023, the member of the Executive Council for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs formally proposed that the city reconsiders this position in light of growing governance and service delivery demands. The report before Council clearly outlines the strategic value of establishing an executive deputy mayor. It speaks directly to continuity of leadership, improved executive capacity, and strengthened political oversight. The tabling of this report does not predetermine Council's decision. Rather, it enables Council to exercise its discretion as envisaged in the law. The report confirms that the proposal is lawful, financially accommodated within the approved budget, and aligned with the principles of cooperative governance. It is therefore both appropriate and necessary that this matter be placed before Council to allow for informed deliberation and decision-making in the best interest of the City of Johannesburg and its residents. And Speaker, and without wanting to get into a notion of wanting to answer to those that debated before me, but as some of my fellow councillors through you speakers were debating, I then perused the report And I was looking for the 10 million that was spoken about by Councillor Christians. I couldn't find that 10 million, which then suggests that there is a narrative that someone who wants to be sworn in this council next week or in the next month wants to drive in the city of Johannesburg. But there is no 10 million, as suggested by that fellow councillor. However, I want to agree, and perhaps it's something that we need to really zoom into. But before I go to Councillor Cotius, perhaps Councillor Christian will share his email address so that we can share that report, because clearly he did not read it. Yes, Councillor Cotius, this position of the executive deputy mayor, it is not a new position. It is not something that is created from the sky.
Chair of Chairs, can you just hold on? I'm not sure why someone...
I hope he's sharing his email address.
Just hold on. I'm not sure why you're screaming, Councillor. Yeah, someone did tell me Christian's hand was up. Councillor Christians?
Madam Speaker, I rise but seated as per you in terms of Rule 71(2). May I continue?
Councillor Christians, can you please carry on?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my speech has been misinterpreted. If the Chair of Chairs was listening, I said research was done in 2016 for the cost of a deputy mayor. It's not in this report. The research was done in 2016. Thank you.
Chair of Chairs, can you please continue? Continue, Chair of Chairs.
I thought that was a point of order, Speaker.
Colleagues, can we not do what we are doing? Ons het nou nie eens verstaan wat sê hier in die Council of the Gamma. Please, can we please just not do that when someone else is on the podium? Thanks,
No,
Chair.
Speaker, I will conclude by saying that the African National Congress ask or request that this council consider and approves this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Colleagues, the recommendations of the item is on page, just hold on, I just need to get the page. It's on page 20.5. Is the item agreed to? It sounded like a no here. Can we have a division of the House? Can we have a division of the House? Can we divide the House? Can we ring the bell?
Speaker.
Are we certain that all our members are in the house so that we can start? Thank you, councillors. Can we start, councillors? Can we get to our seats, please, because we want to start. We still have about 10 items to go. Councillor Marcel Coutris. Colleagues, can we start with those that abstain? Those that abstain, can you lift your hands? Councillor Smith, can you please control at the back there? That much of patience.
It's not fine.
You can lower your hands. Can we go to those that say no? Those that abstained earlier on, can you lower your hands? Those that abstained before. You can't vote twice, Councillor Ntombela.
Numbers are like number, they are not. We are just discussing it now. They are not.
You can lower your hands. Can we have the yeses? Put up your hands. You may lower your hands, councillors.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Olsen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If you could please note the ACDP's abstaining from this vote. Thank you.
Councillor Olsen, wait, councillors, wait. Councillor Olsen, we called for those that abstained first. We then went to those that said no, second. We are now at the ones that said yes. I'm not sure where you were. If you were outside, they will not be counting you. Unfortunately.
Madam Speaker, may I respond?
Pardon?
May I respond to your point, Madam Speaker?
No, I've ruled you were not here when we counted, so we can't count you. You were not seated.
Madam
And we
Speaker,
asked Councillor Olsen, we agreed that if you are not inside, you don't vote. You were in the house, but we called for those that abstain. No, Councillor, sorry. The voting is closed. Voting is closed. Councillors, the results are as follows. And Councillor Olsen, we need to be disciplined when we do things. Those that abstain, 37. Those that said no, 87. And those that said yes is 107. The item is carried. Councillors, Councillor Christians, your hand is up. Just hold on, Councillor Christian. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of Rule 84, please note the opposition of the DA on this item. Thank you.
It is recorded as such. You were those that said no. It is recorded as such, Councillor. Thank you so much. We are now going to the in-committee items. Colleagues, can I carry on? Am I allowed to carry on, colleagues? All of us on both sides, am I allowed to carry on? Thank you. We are now going to do the in-committee items. So we are going to ask for screens to go off. We are going to ask everybody in the gallery, you switch off your cameras, you move out. Everybody in the gallery, can you move out? Can you switch off your cameras? The gallery should be clear. No human body up there. Can switch off your cameras. Protocol, check if all the cameras that are upstairs are off. Yeah, we are live now. I can't hear you.
Sorry. And secondly, that council notes that it is a requirement in terms of the MFMA regulations on financial misconduct procedures and criminal proceedings that each preliminary and/or full investigation of an allegation of financial misconduct by the disciplinary board requires council approval. Number 3, that the council approves that the alleged acts of financial misconduct be referred to the disciplinary board for preliminary investigation in accordance with the disciplinary board's approved terms of reference and the MFMA regulations on financial misconduct procedures and criminal proceedings. And going to recommendation 3.1, council approves that the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct where the department incurred expenditure by ordering the vehicles that were not on the specification and/or the rate card that was approved by the EAC and the city manager in the financial year 2023-24. Resulting in the irregular expenditure of approximately 17,412,103.90. 3.2, that council approves the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct where AfriRent had allegedly claimed for about 61 vehicles that were not on the JMPD's asset register between November 2019 to June 2024, resulting in the irregular payment and possible fruitless and wasteful expenditure of approximately 42,082,580.89. 3.3, council approves that the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with non-compliance with SCM policies and/or HR recruitment policies during the appointment of an independent contractor in financial year 2020-21, resulting in an irregular expenditure of approximately 206,505. 3.4, that council approves the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with alleged invoices that were processed, even though they were either inflated or duplicated in the financial year 2020-21, resulting in a fruitless and wasteful expenditure of approximately 2,365,328.90. 3.5, that council approves the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with alleged payment of a salary to JMPD safety official, while he was AWOL in financial year 2021-22, resulting in a fruitless and wasteful expenditure of approximately 251,220.80. 3.6 is council approves the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with allegations that officials did not properly conduct outdoor advertising, physical audit, resulting in no value for money being received in the financial year 2023-24. Causing incurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure of approximately 1,474,670.13. 3.7, council approves that the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with alleged non-compliance with SAM policies and MFMA regulations during the appointment of a service provider in the financial year 2018-19, resulting in irregular expenditure of approximately 3,851,115. And then 3.8, council approves the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with allegations that the department continued to incur expenditure in the contracted services line item without the required budget approval and/or while the budget was depleted in the financial year 2024-25, resulting in unauthorized expenditure of approximately 861,574,155.88. 3.9, Council approves that disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with alleged non-compliance with supply chain management policy and regulation 36 in the appointment of the service provider in the financial years 2019-10 to 2016-17. Result in an irregular expenditure of approximately 925,566,691.17. 3.10, Council approves the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with alleged non-compliance with supply chain management policy and regulation 36 in the appointment of the service provider in the financial years 2010-11 to 2018-19, resulting in an irregular expenditure of approximately 557,668,521.02. Also, 3.11, Council approved the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with alleged non-compliance with supply chain management policy in the appointment of the service provider in the financial year 2017-18, resulting in an irregular expenditure of approximately 7,270,593.05. And 3.12, that Council approves the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct related to non-implementation of the court order which resulted in contempt order judgment issued against the city and the settlement of 146 million. This contributed to the department incurring unauthorized expenditure when the payment of the first installment was paid during 2024-25 financial year. Recommendation 3.13, that Council approves that the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with alleged non-compliance with SCM policies and MFMA Regulation 36 in the appointment of the service provider during the financial years 2020-21 and 2021-22, resulting in an irregular expenditure of approximately 233,834,480.14. And 3.14, Council approves the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with alleged non-compliance with MFMA Regulation 32 and or MFMA Circular 96 in the appointment of a service provider during the financial years 2018-19 and 2019-20. Resulting in an irregular expenditure of approximately 336,904,584.57. Recommendation 3.15, Council approves the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with alleged non-compliance with SCM policy and MFMA regulations in the appointment of a panel of attorneys for revenue collection during the financial years 2018-19 to 2021-22, resulting in an irregular expenditure of approximately 1,208,192,986.09. Recommendation 3.16 requires Council to approve that the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with alleged non-compliance with supply chain policy and MFMA section related to contract management in the appointment of the service provider during the financial year 2019-20, resulting in an irregular expenditure of approximately 4,848,992. Recommendation 3.17 requires Council to approve that the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into possible acts of financial misconduct associated with alleged irregular procurement of human resource system at the Johannesburg Metropolitan Bus Services through MFMA SCM Regulations 32 during the financial year 2023-24 and 2024-25, resulting in an irregular expenditure of possible fruitless and wasteful expenditure of approximately 10,045,943.07.
The gentleman on my right-hand side on the top that just went to sit down now, we asked earlier on that you do not take pictures and videos. If you are not from an accredited media house, we will then send someone to remove you, sir. Protocol, can you just go and find out if it's someone from the media? If it's not, we remove the person. Please, this side. Thank you.
And then lastly, it's item 4 on recommendation, and that it's recommending council that it be noted that the disciplinary board is required to comply with the approved terms of reference in the carrying out of its duties, and shall therefore report to council on the outcomes of the preliminary investigations through the city's reporting protocols. Thanks.
Thank you so much, STC. Okay, we've now read into record the recommendations, and we are done with the in-committees items, and we'll now go to the next item.
We now proceed with motions.
Yes, Councillor Smith.
Speaker, the DA requests a 30-minute caucus break prior to the monks, please.
Can we, yes, Chair of Chairs? We want to read the motions in first.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the Council of the City of Johannesburg. I wanted to remind you, perhaps you can grant them that 30 minutes, but it's up to you. I do not want to preempt, but I wanted to remind you, I was speaking to the proposers of the motions, so I don't want you to go further and read them into records when the proposers have engaged me and yourself in terms of the request that they have made in as far as voting through a secret ballot is concerned. So that matter has not been exhausted as yet in as far as legal opinion is concerned. So those motions, all of them, we ask that they get deferred until we exhaust that process. But of course, through you, once you defer them, you can grant them the 30 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, as you've heard from the Chair of Chairs, there was a request for a secret ballot, and I have not exhausted asking for advice. So these items are, all the motions are deferred until further notice. So that's where we end on that. I'm not sure if you still want the 30 minutes. Colleagues?
No, thank you. In the light of current information, no, thank you, Speaker. We don't need it.
Can we just go to the information on the agenda, STC?
We're now on announcements. Thank you.
There are no announcements except that we have deferred the motions. We are now on closure. Thank you so much for your attendance. You've had a very good attendance and you were very good today in behavior. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day.